Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, October 20th. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Yes. Good morning, Supervisor Frost.
Here.
Kennedy. Natoli. Peters.
Here.
Mr. Cerna?
Yes.
Okay, so you do have a quorum. There may be a little delay with Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Natoli getting signed in.
Okay.
This is the answer to your question about when we ask for right.
Okay. Hi, this is Don.
Okay, Mr. Natoli's here. And I will ask if Mr. Kennedy is on the line.
I am again.
Oh, okay.
I accidentally hung up.
Oh, okay, so now you have a full quorum.
Okay, very good. If you could please fly the flag and rise, we'll recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Hand over heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen. Okay, so.
All right, very good.
This meeting, I need to read the cable statement, please. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, October 23rd at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Okay, Mr. Cerna.
Very good, thank you. Thank you. Just a few opening remarks here, and then our clerk is going to read our standard health announcement. But just for those that may be tuning in remotely, the reason for having the meeting remotely this Tuesday is out of an abundance of caution due to a recent possible exposure for our department heads to the virus. And so I thought it in the best interest of everyone that we have all board members and staff work remotely through this meeting just to minimize the possible exposure threats. So if anyone is wondering why we're not in chambers this morning, that is the reason. I also, again, just want to respectfully remind everyone, if you could please put on mute your listening device when you're not speaking. That would be much appreciated, as well as please state your name for making motions and seconds and wishing to speak. That will help me and our clerk of the board run the meeting a little more effectively. So with that, Madam Clerk, if you want to read our announcement.
Yes. In compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. To make a verbal comment at today's meeting, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When the chair opens the public comment for a specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter, the clerk will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. And thank you again for your patience.
All right. Thank you. Okay. With that, I think we'll go on to our first item.
Okay, so today you have consent matters items 1 through 27, and please note you also have an addendum agenda and a timed item at 2:30 p.m. and a special meeting at 3 p.m. For your consent matters items 1 through 27, item 3, you are adopting an ordinance amending various sections within Chapter 2.115 related to election campaign contribution limits and deleting Articles 5 and 6 related to public finance of elections.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start as I usually do from left to right when we're sitting at the dais. But we'll start with Mr. Natoli. Any wish to pull an item for separate consideration or comments?
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Couple of items. First, I'd like to hold item 9 over to kind of couple it with item 28. I think there's some good information in there. It's an action item relates to the relief funds, and I would think it might be helpful to maybe have some of what's embedded in that report for discussion along with Dr. Bielen's and Dr. Kasiri's report. So I'd like to hold item 9 until we have the item 28 discussion.
Okay.
And then if we could, and I don't know if we have any public speakers on it, but item 3, I'd like to have a conversation about that. I know we've received some correspondence over the last 24 hours on that, and it is on the consent calendar. So I guess first, Mr. Chair, I'd ask the clerk, do we have speakers on item 3?
We do. We have at least 2 waiting in queue.
Okay. And I was going to offer some comments, and maybe wise, Mr. Chair, to hear from folks, but was going to suggest we may want to consider continuing that. I've received some feedback from folks, and others may have as well, but as it relates to the ordinance. So I'll leave that to your discretion, but at a minimum, I'd like to pull that off and talk about potentially continuing the matter.
Okay. So why don't we do this, Madam Clerk? We'll get through all of the board members who wish to make comments or offer questions relative to consent items, and then we'll come back and we'll hear from the public on item 3, since we know that we have a queue in place for that.
Okay.
And then you'll please make a note about holding item number 9 to be considered concurrently with item 28.
Yes.
And if that's all, Mr. Tully, I'll move on to Supervisor Frost.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, no, I do not have anything, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Yes, item 23, I asked a couple questions about yesterday in briefing and haven't received a response. So I don't know who's there in the audience, if anyone from transportation is or not.
Yeah, we did forward a response. It should have come through the clerk.
I think Supervisor Peters snapped. No.
Excuse me. Can we have the clerk read item 23 so the public understands what we're talking about?
Yes. Item 23 is the approval of a contract Phase 2B Arden Service Area Pipe and Meter Installation Project Plans and Specifications. Bids to be received on December 3rd, 2020.
Go ahead, Mr.
Supervisor Peters, it's Navgil. Michael Peterson, you're on the phone, right?
I am.
Michael, can you, there's an email we sent out, was very late, so I can see why it's not there.
I don't have it.
Yeah, understood. Michael, can you answer the questions?
Sure. And, the first question was this is Michael Peterson, Water Resources. The first question was regarding defining the pavement restoration. And in the message that was forwarded last evening, the residential streets are going to receive a new roadway section over all the pipe trench alignments, and there's going to be additional road-based repair at locations specified by the Transportation Department, and then it will be finished with a final asphalt full-width paving of all the residential streets from curb to curb. So the result is a full-width, newly paved road. This is similar to what was being done for the Phase 2A project. And then American River Drive is essentially the same thing, with the exception that the final coat is a slurry top coat, full width, from curb to curb. Again, similar treatment as was done in the Phase 2A project.
Well, there was more than a slurry coat. Why a slurry coat on American River Drive and a full repaving on the other streets?
The full repaving for these residential streets is based on their condition. They need that full additional structural strength that paving provides. The American River Drive street condition is not, as determined by DOT, is not in that same condition. So the repairs that we make and the full section on the trenches, topped with a slurry coat, has been determined to be more than sufficient to ensure that the street is structurally sound across the entire width.
Well, I guess I don't agree with that, but I'm not sure how to move ahead with this item with still having some questions about American River Drive. I also note that, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of noise in the background. I'm not sure what's going on. On page 3, it mentions that an alternate is that DOT would repave the streets. And I wanted to know if that is going to go, who's paying for it so that it doesn't get delayed like most streets are being delayed in repaving by DOT.
The option for DOT potentially doing the paving was included simply in the outside case that paving costs came in far higher than acceptable within our contract. But we are selecting having the paving done with our contract. And so that work will be done through our contract. There will be no second contract that causes pavement to be delayed. That work is being done with our contract.
So it's still a little confusing, I'm sorry. If it's DOT happens to repave it because it costs more, does that mean it goes into the regular calendar of DOT streets being repaved?
That would be a question for DOT, whether it's in the normal calendar, they would have a
your item,
contract.
Mr. Peterson, it's your item.
The final determination on, Ron, are you on?
I think Supervisor Peters, why don't we continue this until November 3rd so that we can answer the question? Seems like more details. I have the Transportation, Water Resources, and Steve Hartwig meet with you and see if we can satisfy the question.
Okay.
All right.
Well, then I'll move to continue because I didn't get the map either. I mean, at the end, or do you want me to move to continue now, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that.
Okay, I move to continue this item.
Okay, Chair will second. Roll call vote, please.
Yes. Supervisor Frost?
Aye.
Supervisor Kennedy?
Aye.
Supervisor Natoli?
Aye.
Supervisor Peters?
Aye.
And Supervisor Cerna?
Aye. Okay.
And the motion carries by unanimous vote. Okay.
Was that all you had, Supervisor Peters?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kenny?
No, only to support both of the issues that Supervisor Natoli brought up.
Understood. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so with that, why don't we, Madam Clerk, hear from members of the public on item 3, and I assume item 3 is the only subject thus far for the consent calendar that members of the public have entered the telephone queue.
Correct. And right now it looks like 2 of the callers dropped off, but we have 1 here, and I'll go ahead and get them queued up.
Okay, very good.
Hi, caller. Go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm just calling this morning to
Can't hear.
strongly to not. Hello. Oh, okay. To not move forward with item number 3. The sheriff and DA should not be able to quintuple their limit on campaign contributions. Statewide candidates other than the governor have a contribution limit of $7,800. This would allow people to buy our elections here in Sacramento County, and I just feel strongly, along with many others in my community, that this is not okay. Please do not approve item number 3.
Okay, that concludes your public comments for item 3. And oops, I'm sorry, they just transferred one in. Hang on one second.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
We are having difficulty. We're having difficulty hearing the public through the phone line.
Okay, let me
Very faint. Very faint.
Oh. I think I'm going to fix that problem for you. Hang on one second. Okay, let's try it now. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments.
Hi, hello, members of the board. My name is Nicholas Heidorn, representing California Common Cause, a good government nonprofit. We only found out about item 3 last night, so don't have a formal position, but do have concerns about the proposal and want to urge the county to push the item over. I want to particularly call out one aspect of the proposed ordinance, which would repeal the county's public financing provisions. The county administrator's memo explains to you that these provisions are not legally enforceable by the county. However, there's actually strong reason to believe that this interpretation is incorrect. We would urge the board to direct county council to look more closely at this provision and related case law. At a time where Americans of all political stripes are concerned about the role of money in politics, we don't think the county should hastily take tools of reform off the table. So specifically, the county administrator's memo explains that, quote, in the County of Sacramento versus FPPC case, the Court of Appeal held that campaign financing election contests was state and local. The matter of statewide concern, thus beyond the purview of the county regulation, end quote. That is correct. However, what the memo misses is that the holding in Sacramento versus FPPC was superseded 2 years later by the California Supreme Court in Johnson versus Bradley. There, the court expressly wrote, and I quote, "We decline to accept County of Sacramento's holding that campaign financing of local election campaigns is a statewide concern." And in that case, the court went on to uphold the use of public financing in charter cities, holding this was a legitimate home rule effort at combating corruption. Strong reason to believe the court would similarly hold charter counties like Sacramento County can do public financing. We would simply urge that you take a second look at this to fully understand your options before you take the action of removing that from the ordinance. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so now that concludes.
Does that include all of our public speakers?
No, there were 2 more people that just got in, so I'm going to wait for staff to send them in to me.
Okay.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. And please mute the meeting in the background. Caller, go ahead and start with your comments, please.
Oh, thank you. Hi, I'm calling in to urge you not to adopt this charter or this ordinance amending the campaign contribution limits and deleting it. I mean, you're basically giving the Sacramento County District Attorney, Sheriff, and Assessor incumbents as a distinct institutional advantage by not only increasing their limits, but also limiting what independent grassroots candidates can actually get and compete with an incumbents that already enjoy in the United States 98% successful election rates. it is imperative if we are to actually call ourselves a democracy, which I genuinely don't believe that we actually practice here in Sacramento. You need to actually make this field as fair balance as possible. It's not hard to do. And this attempt by the DA and the sheriff and the assessor to basically give themselves this advantage and increase their campaign finance limits above the threshold that outside challengers can meet is absolutely dystopian. And it's an insult to not just your intelligence, but the intelligence of the community. To think that this isn't somehow just a gift to the sheriff, who, in particular, almost lost his re-election in 2018 by barely 1% in a primary election that typically has the lowest turnout. So, you need to actually take a serious look and what these other elected officials are doing in the district attorneys and the sheriff's office. Quit giving them carte blanche on everything and just going along to get along, and actually make Sacramento electoral politics competitive. Give people a chance, not just guarantee that we're going to have the same sheriff, the same DA, the same assessor for 10 or 20 years on end, and let them so that they can continue to do this piss poor job that they have been doing, as well as communicate with racists outright. They're actively flouting your authority, and you're just going along with it. So I'm going to ask this board of supervisors to actually show some backbone and vote no on this item 3, on this amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A couple more. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Hello, my name is Kula Koenig and live in District 3. I'm calling because I'm hecka confused this morning as to when we've been talking about transparency, accountability, and people being involved in the process, that we are finding out about this, and then we have a few minutes to call in and comment, and this is on consent, right? So what I'm asking for is for you to move this item and set a time where we can actually call in and get people to call in and have time to actually review what this proposal is, right? You heard the guy from Common Cause who called earlier. This just showed up on our lap. And from what I remember, a few meetings ago, when Flo, the clerk, presented on this item, everybody was confused as to what was going on. And so now it's on consent. Again, I'm hecka confused. And we're talking about transparency and accountability. After the CARES Act debacle and what Nashville still hasn't been accounted for, y'all want to just do this again? So my ask today is for you to move this item to a time that it is scheduled, where we can actually have some time for folks to call in, for you to take the time to actually weigh pros and cons of all of this, instead of just putting it on consent when we haven't even had time to really even review everything. And again, I go back to Flo's presentation a few weeks ago, when y'all didn't know what was going on, and y'all was like, let's bring this back. And now it's on consent. Again, the county's issue is around transparency and accountability and people being in the process. And this is not it at all. Not at all. So my ask is, again, move it to a different time, take it off consent, and make the calendar item a time where people know it's going to happen, and not us having to shuffle through the agenda on Thursday and trying to figure out what y'all are doing. That's not transparency, that's not accountability, and that's not democracy. Again, do better. Come on, you guys. Thank you. I'm done.
We have one more.
Okay.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, hello. That's cut off. Hi, my name's Courtney Hansen. Good morning. District 1. I hope you can hear me okay. I just want to echo the same concerns that are being uplifted by other callers this morning. We all know how polarized this moment is politically with the election, with calls to reinvest in community resources that are not law enforcement, and it's just a really bad moment politically for this to even be considered. So to be clear, I'm asking this board to vote no on this item. I don't see any good reason to quintuple the amount of campaign cash that could be accepted. And this also eliminates the existing public campaign financing provisions in the county code. So I hope this board will strongly oppose, and if we want to discuss some of these topics, in a proper way with more community engagement at a later date, of course we could, but this looks like a power grab and one that's being tried at a very bad time. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes your comments for item 3. And one more. Sorry about that. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. And please mute the meeting in the background while you're talking. Thank you. Go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes, please.
Oh, is that me?
Yes, go ahead and start with your comments.
Well, thank you. Hi, I'm a Sacramento County resident. I'm calling in to respectfully request the Board of Supervisors to not approve this request from the assessor, DA, and sheriff to quintuple the contribution limits applicable to the countywide offices. I think it's very disproportionate given that since they represent a larger constituency, that also means that they have a larger constituency from which to raise funds. When you look at statewide candidates, like, for example, the Attorney General, who oversees, has some supervision over the DA and the sheriff as a law enforcement officer, the AG's contribution limit is only $7,800. So why should the DA sheriff have a significantly larger contribution compared to an equivalent statewide officer? So I think this is really unnecessary. It seems like the public process for this has been a bit too quick, given that we're a month out before an election. Folks aren't really paying attention to this right now. There's a new state law that's about to take effect that would implement a very reasonable limit starting January 1. So I think the Board of Supervisors should just keep in place what's about to take effect on January 1, given that it is very much in line with the very reasonable limits that we have at the state level. So again, I would respectfully request the supervisors to reject this request. It doesn't line up with what's done statewide. It would be disproportionate. It would allow too much influence from large contributors. And this is really a solution in search of a problem. Additionally, please keep in place the public financing provisions. It's my understanding that they're not regularly funded, but that's fine. But just at least don't take them off the books. There's no need for that, especially in today's age, given so much dark money, so much special interest money. There really is no need to go backward. So I respectfully request the supervisors to not approve this change, even alone from the fact that the public has not had a long opportunity to review this. And I'd remind the board that after the community brought forward to the board, after many months of discussion in the community about moving the vote on the countywide offices, the DA came to the board and claimed that there needed to be a much longer process. So the DA needs to be held to that same standard that she brought forward to the board after the community brought forward that proposal. And let's keep it to the same standard. Thank you for your time and have a good day. Bye.
Okay, that concludes your comments for item 3, and I double checked with staff. You do not have any other comments for consent items.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. And before we go to Supervisor Nicoli, I just want to confirm, and perhaps Ms. Evans, you can confirm this, but we did have recently, within the last, couple months, 6 weeks, 2 public hearing items on this matter, did we not?
Yes, we did. So on October...
Okay.
On October 6th was when this board last heard the public hearing. It was scheduled as a timed item. It was also scheduled as a timed item on September 1st. So it's been heard twice as a timed item.
Okay, and just for those that are listening, the vernacular of the Board of Supervisors in Sacramento County, we a timed item is an item on our agenda that is designated for a certain hour to begin, separate from consent. So I just want to make sure people understand that there was consideration of this as a time matter, not as a consent matter in the past. All right. So with that, we'll go back to Mr. Natoli for further comment on item 3.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly appreciate the calls this morning. I know we got some correspondence around this, and I appreciate it. You pointed out that we did have 2 opportunities in recent weeks, again, recognizing people's busy schedules and obviously a lot of other things going on, but nonetheless, it was certainly done in a public manner. But I think in light of what we heard this morning, certainly from representing from Common Cause, but others as well, and I know that in the report that was brought forward by the clerk a couple of weeks ago, there was discussion about the public finance portion, which has never been triggered or utilized. Nonetheless, the language is in there, and I think the point about whether it would withstand any legal test or has, I think is a good one. And so I would, offer that as, I think, new information. And are we getting feedback? Mr. Chair?
Madam Clerk?
Yes?
It just stopped.
Madam Clerk?
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
I don't know if it has to do with the clerk's phone not being muted when we're talking. It might.
Oh, okay.
Might be
All
that.
right. I just didn't want to make sure everybody could hear. Secondly, I'm still hearing the feedback. I don't know if.
Flo, we're getting an awful echo.
Okay, I am pressing my mute button. Let me see if I can turn down the public phone. 1 second. Is that better?
I'll go ahead and speak.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, that's better. That's better on my end of it here. Thank you, Flo.
Yeah.
The other thing is that some of the comment, not necessarily that we took this morning, but I think is revolved around, one, certainly the limits, and we had that discussion, obviously, with the elected officers before us on the 6th. But I do note that with the limits, it would seem to me that if we're looking at this ordinance, and again, maybe this would be more recent information, but that if we're going to raise the limits, as currently in the items before us, and obviously it was up for adoption today, that if we're going to have higher limits, whatever they might be, whether what's suggested or something different, that this may be the time with our ordinance, both looking at keeping the public finance portion in there for reference, if nothing else, but also to look at how we can provide better access for all members of the public when it relates to contributions of a certain level. So, for example, if the trigger were 5,000 or some other number, that there would be a website that would be easily accessed by anyone who was interested, and that I assume our registrar of voters would be the repository for the information. Obviously, there are 700 forms and 460 forms that are required during certain election cycles, but that it may be that there's going to be higher limits, and this could apply to not only countywide offices, but we have current lower limits for board members, but to have a trigger that would, if and when those contributions are received, that would have to be loaded up, because it's all electronic, if I recall correctly now anyway, be loaded up within a certain amount of time, and then be available where it would be easily accessible so folks could see. Because we talk about transparency, and I know that was talked about even in the hearing before the board a couple of weeks ago about this whole assertion of dark money and knowing who's contributing and so forth. And so I think the intent is that we're going to allow a higher limit, and not just for countywide, maybe for all of the 8 elective offices in the county, that there be a trigger mechanism, and that then has to be reported timely and then be available. But that's certainly for discussion by our board. But I guess for today's purposes, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that I think in light of
Mr. Natoli, did we lose you? We may have lost him momentarily. Is anyone on the phone? Okay, it looks like we've lost connection, so I'm going to work with our technology team and Metro Cable to see what's going on. So just please hold momentarily. Hi, hello, it's the clerk. I'm back on. My apology. I think something happened with the Skype call, but we're back on now. And it cut off when Mr. Natoli was making his point about item 3.
Yes. All right. I just want to make sure, Madam Clerk, that we're live before the public. The public can hear us, correct?
Correct. Metro Cable is making sure right now that their feed is good. And they're good. I got the thumbs up.
My apologies, Mr. Natoli. If you wouldn't mind restating that last intent, that would be helpful.
Okay, yeah, and again, sorry to my colleagues, bear with me here. I don't know when it cut off. Flo, how far into the comments did you know?
It was about the last minute.
Correct. Okay. And I just want to make a report that I think something happened countywide with the phones. I just got some messages from folks that all the countywide phones had just briefly turned off and turned back on. So my apology.
Okay. All right. Then I'll try to summarize this just to say that the way I concluded was that I believe, and certainly in light not just the comments, but I think the look that I believe we should do relative to, if nothing else, retaining the campaign reform public finance portion in the ordinance, even though it's never been triggered. But also, I think that if we're going to consider, as we have before us this morning, higher limits, that there ought to be at a minimum some consideration for a threshold that would trigger, current information being available. And again, this may require some additional weighing in from our registrar of voters as to an accessible website beyond the 460 forms and 700 forms, which 700 typically don't pertain to the elections, but that we have that available in a set of threshold, both for countywide, maybe even for the other 5 elected members. Obviously, we have much lower limits than what's being proposed here. But at a minimum, I summarize that I would ask that we hold this over and put it to November the 17th to get some further input from both the county council and registrar of voters, and then have it set for a hearing time on the 17th of November, if that's appropriate, Mr. Chair. Again, I don't know what the agenda looks like, but I think we have a little bit of time is what I concluded with. The state law doesn't change until January 21. There's obviously an interest by the elected officers, as well as probably potential candidates looking to the 2022 election cycle. But nonetheless, I would hope we could spend a little more time on this, and again, certainly invite our elected office holders back for the conversation, but also invite the public to be a part of this as well. So, thank you.
No, I appreciate your.
Chief Ross.
Excuse me. Supervisor Frost, I just want to respond to Supervisor Tolley quickly. Mr. Tolley, I appreciate your comments and share your concern about making sure that we exhaust every opportunity to be very transparent about an important subject like this. What I'd like to do is if you could make clear that that's a motion for continuance, I'd like to second that.
Okay. Then again, I certainly give an opportunity for others to comment, but yeah, I would move that we continue this to November 17th and set it for a time.
Supervisor,
I will second that.
Sorry, this is Lisa Chavez. After Supervisor Frost speaks, can I address the issue really quick?
Yes. So, Supervisor Frost.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cerna. I just wanted to make a couple comments regarding the limits. I know there's concern about the limits and transparency, and my understanding is that, when you have lower limits on the amount of contributions that people can receive, that is what encourages this, what they call shadow money, which is independent expenditures that are hard to track and hard to see. And part of the reason that we were, I guess the reason I was supportive of the what I would consider a reasonable campaign limit for the sheriff and DA and assessor at the limit that we put out, which was less than what some counties did and more than what the state allowed. But what it did was it provided for more transparency, because when you have the campaign limits higher, then they are required to report on those 460s on a regular basis, and they summarize every single campaign contribution that they get and who it was from and where it came from. And when you create what they're running for in a countywide office like that is a fairly large campaign, and so it's much bigger than maybe what we do as supervisors. In my opinion, if you raised the campaign limits, which we did in the last couple of years for the supervisors as well, raising those limits actually made for a more transparent process and a more competitive process. It allows for people who are coming in to look into your campaign to see who is your money coming from, and they see it in a timely manner right there during the campaign, instead of having to track down, independent expenditures, which sometimes can go through several companies before you know who gave what money to who, to give to who, to get to who. So that, setting these limits higher is creating more transparency, and it's actually it's making for a more competitive process. So I think there might be a misunderstanding, and I did want to ask Lisa Travis if she would speak to that also, because I think there might be a misunderstanding of the process and the reporting requirements that are already in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Travis, did you want to chime in here?
Sure. I just wanted to address a couple of things that were brought up by a caller, by Supervisor Natoli, and I can also address what Supervisor Frost said. Regarding the campaign finance limits and public finance in California, I do believe at the first meeting in September, I discussed that and let the board know that the board, if it was in their prerogative at that time, could certainly leave the campaign finance reform sections in this ordinance. As you all know, the Sacramento County has never done public financing of campaigns, and I do still believe that is, in the current state of the law, questionable as to whether or not it could. Of course, I'd be happy to take another look at that if it is the desire of the board. As far as Supervisor Natoli's request to continue, of course, the board has the option and authority to do so. I would just want to point out that if you do continue it till November 17th and decide that you will be making substantive changes to the ordinance, it would have to be reintroduced, continued, and then adopted, meaning that it would definitely not be in place by January 1st, which is when the state law comes into effect. So that could be problematic for candidates starting to raise funds in the new year. I just wanted to point that out, that it wouldn't be as simple as just being able to adopt an ordinance next time, unless it was the one that is currently in front of you. So there's a timing consideration there.
Go ahead.
Mr. Natoli?
Yeah, just Lisa, on that point, and I understood that. I mean, I guess I was assumed in my comments that we would have a bit of delay. But if we, and again, we don't meet again until November the 3rd, which I don't know how that would set with folks to have this on that day. But with November 17th is in the next session, and then if we did, as you said, we made some changes, have to reintroduce and then have 2 weeks, but it would put us into the December time frame. Is it problematic, though, that January 1, the new limits go into effect statewide, but we would be back, potentially be back to the first meeting in January at the latest, I guess, if the board was interested in making changes and then reintroducing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Again, just presuming that some different direction was given on the 17th beyond what's currently before us. So, well, I guess I would just, one other point very quickly is that if we chose to retain the public finance portion, that's not what we've advertised. And so at a minimum, we would have to act on that either on the 17th, or I guess we could do this today and send it back. But I think there's other issues that need to be talked about here. So, thanks.
Right. I agree with that statement.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
And I know that Supervisor Frost had a question. I wasn't exactly sure what the question was, but in regards to at least the reporting, all of that, it would be the same process and requirements as is currently required under the county ordinance for the Board of Supervisors and the 3 countywide elected officers. So that doesn't change at all. And regarding the theory of higher campaign limits or lower campaign minutes, I can't really speak to that. It makes sense to me, and I have heard that, but from a legal perspective, I don't know if that's a legal question to address. So if there's something else that you want me to add, Supervisor Frost, I would be happy to.
I guess I thought we had already determined that we could not use the public finance portion, and that we were taking that out because we were not able to utilize that type of fund any longer.
Okay. So at in the board meeting, the board letter, the original, and then in the meeting on September 1st, I did address that question, and I do believe it's unsettled law. I think there's case law going both ways on the issue, and because Sacramento County has never done campaign finance, public finance, due to a challenge when this provision was initially passed, the recommendation was that the
we
board...
need to call? Hello?
Is Flo there?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Hello?
I'm here.
I'm here.
So I guess to answer your specific question, Supervisor Frost, I don't believe that there's a definitive answer either way, but because, like I said, Sacramento County has never used it, that was the initial recommendation. But I believe I also said September 1st, we could certainly leave it on the books, because if we're not funding, then no one can challenge the legality of it.
But if we continue it today, we're subject to the California law, which is limiting our sheriff in Sacramento County and our DA and assessor to 3,000 max.
As of January 1st, 2021, yes, that is correct.
So continuing it jeopardizes us having a more transparent process. I think I'm not asking for an opinion. I think I'll just go on record to say respectfully that I would be, if you wanted to leave that public finance portion in, since we're not going to use it anyway, I would be okay with that. But I think out of the abundance of, just to make sure that we get this ordinance established in a timely manner before we're up against the wall with the state regulation, I would not support continuing it. I'm comfortable with the ordinance the way we decided before. Thank you.
Mr. Tully, are you still there?
Yes, I got cut off for a moment. I'm back on. Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other board members want to speak to the motion?
Yes, I do. Peters.
Supervisor Peters?
Yes, thank you. I agree with Supervisor Frost. I think this This is the third or fourth time we've heard this item, so I believe there's plenty of public process. It is difficult right now because people have to call in, but they certainly have had enough notice of the fact that we're discussing this item. And two, I believe it provides more transparency. The IE money that's being spent this year because of low limits is just staggering. And on the public financing, I'm fine if you leave it in. It would clean it up to take it out, but if that's a legal problem, then I'm fine taking that out. And I never did understand what date you're discussing continuing it to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy?
I have no comment.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, I was suggesting, it could be, I guess it could be November the 3rd, but I was suggesting November the 17th. I think that would still afford the opportunity to do it, I guess, with the, January date in mind. It would put it very close to that date anyway, assuming there was any other changes to be made. I did want to note, if I could, though, that I think one other thing that needs to be looked at. I said in my comments, and I don't know if it got cut out the first go-round, but that as a companion to this in the ordinance, that if we're going to have the higher limits, whatever they might be, that there be, as I said, some sort of threshold. I'd like the county council to take a look at this, and maybe the registrar of voters, of making sure that, in this desire to be transparent, that if contributions over and again, I'm not suggesting what that number needs to be, over a certain amount, that be, reportable, on a very current basis, and that, in addition, that, I don't know what our website is. I heard from at least one party that it's very difficult to even find information that is filed electronically on the, scheduled dates, pre-election, post-election. And, so I don't know what would be encompassed in putting that together, but I guess I would, like I said, take a look at that as a companion piece to this, that I think, I hear the word transparent, and trying to make sure that people know where contributions come from. And I think that if there's going to be higher limits, that we ought to have that as a companion piece, and that may address at least some of the issues that people have raised. Thanks.
Supervisor Cerna, this is Sue Frost.
Yes, go ahead.
This is Sue Frost. I'd like to make a comment when it's appropriate.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I wish the registrar of voters could call in and we could ask this question. I'm thinking back on my campaign for county supervisor, and during a campaign, if I received over 250 or more, I had to, within 24 hours, either fax a copy of the check, or I had to notify my accounting within a timely manner that I had received a check over that amount. So I think those systems that Supervisor Natoli is speaking to might already be in place.
Supervisor,
we could maybe just continue this to the afternoon and get some of these questions answered, and maybe vote on it this afternoon.
I like that idea.
It's Nav Gill. If the board so desires, we can continue until 2 p.m., and I'll have Courtney on the line at 2 p.m.
I think that would be a good idea.
Supervisor Natoli?
Well, again, I'm not necessarily prepared to withdraw the motion, but I would say this, that, to have discussion, to at least have an understanding around that point would be helpful. And, how it currently works. And again, Courtney's obviously, very busy with everything else, but this is an important item. But, I'm not averse while we're in session to have, that additional information, but I guess I would still keep my motion on the table relative to a continuance where we can have that information available and have a clear understanding, and hopefully have some of that in writing as well.
As the maker of the second, I would agree with that. And in terms of the question on the dates, we've been doing everything we can to lighten the load on the 3rd for obvious reasons, it being election day. So I'm much more inclined that we continue this to the 17th and the 3rd. Plus, I think it gives the constituents that have emailed, at least emailed a few of us, maybe all of us, in significant numbers in the last 24 hours. It gives them ample time to understand what's at issue, and I think it's an important enough issue that we should go out of our way to, again, make this as transparent and give the opportunity to the public as best we can, an opportunity to ask their questions and get the answers they deserve. And I think continuing it to the 17th is reasonable.
Mr. Chair, I would just say too, and of course we haven't had the benefit. Again, they were present obviously for the 3 previous, or at least 2 previous discussions, and I invite obviously the sheriff and the district attorney and the assessor back again, because this conversation obviously is important to the offices in which they currently serve in, but to potential future office holders as well. So I think that in light of kind of where we are today, as difficult it is over the phone, it would seem to me that hopefully we would have a more normal setting, whatever that is, for the 17th. And I'm not looking to just postpone it for sake of postponing it, but I think there's some questions that we need to talk through here. So.
This is Sue Frost. If we postpone it to the 17th, is there a way we can have a special meeting and still pass the ordinance prior to the end of the year?
That would depend on what changes were made, if any, to the ordinance. If there were substantive changes made on the 17th, it would have to be continued for adoption, reintroduction, and then adoption. So it would be likely that it would not make it by the end of the year. But it's hard to predict because we don't know what the board will be doing on the 17th.
Supervisor Sterna? Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I'm not sure I understand the questions beyond the, what we could take care of with the registrar of voters this afternoon. I'm not sure which questions needed more time. I'm not sure I understand that.
Supervisor Peters, did you have a comment?
I did. Thank you. I would like us to discuss bifurcating the issue of public financing and vote on that now. And it sounds like everybody's interested in leaving it in, and then separate it from the contribution levels and choose a date in November sometime if we're going to get to a continuation. And I personally think November 3rd is fine. It just takes a lot of questions away from the ability to pass or not pass to a date that makes more sense. So 2 things, November 3rd and bifurcate the issue.
I could agree with that.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, so the suggestion is, on the public finance piece of it, if I understand Supervisor Peters correctly, to either to decide that up or down here this morning, to retain those sections, and then to again suggesting a different date. I understand that to then continue the rest of it. I guess the remaining portion, obviously, the limitations and so forth, over to a future date, which we haven't settled on yet. Is that
That's correct? That's correct. So I'm not sure how I would put that in the bifurcation in the form of a motion. Maybe County Council could be thinking about that.
Maybe we could talk about it in the afternoon.
This is Lisa Travis, County Council. to give me an opportunity to think about the bifurcation issue and get back to a solid answer in the afternoon would be helpful. I need to figure out if that's a substantive change and how to address the fact that we're talking about adopting an ordinance today that is different than what was originally introduced. So I would appreciate the time if the board wants to move forward with the bifurcation issue. I think we can do that. It's just a matter of how to accomplish it.
Mr. Tully, we still have your motion on the floor.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mr. Chair, that working through the chair's discretion, I would ask that we retain the motion, but if you want to have a temporary hold over this matter until afternoon, maintaining obviously the public hearing open and the motions on the floor, and then we can talk, if there are substitute motions and so forth, have a conversation. I think if there's information that Lisa needs to take a look at, I don't want to, unduly burden certainly the board agenda, but again, I still would be inclined to continue this again, but if we address the matter relative to public finance, that may be one less item to come back on. Lastly, I would say, though, I still think this issue as it relates to having some companion language, which could come back to us as soon as, I guess, the 3rd or 17th, whatever the board chose, relative to reporting and accessibility relative to campaign contributions over a certain threshold. So, but I don't want to confuse that right now. So I guess if you wish to hold it over, Mr. Chair, I would consent to that until this afternoon, but maintain the current motion on the floor if that's appropriate. So, which would be to continue the matter.
Okay. That's as the maker of the second, I agree to that. So we will do that. Ms. Travis, that should give you sufficient time then to be able to report back to us some of the outstanding legal questions that we've collected this morning.
That would be great. I appreciate it.
Okay, so
is the current motion on the floor to continue to the 17th, Chair?
It is.
Yes.
But have another hearing or continue this until 2 p.m.
Yeah, I was just clarifying. Okay.
I just hold it over. Yeah, hold it over. Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we need a motion on any of that separate, just to get it to 2 p.m., or is it just
no?
You're going to note that?
No, you don't. You've put it on the record that you're holding it, and that's fine.
Okay. All right. We're still on consent here. I think what we need at this point, understanding that we're holding item number 9 to run with item 28. I need a motion on the balance of consent.
Kennedy moves.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Kennedy and seconded by Supervisor Frost. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisors Frost. Aye. Kennedy.
Aye.
Natoli.
Aye.
Peters.
Aye.
And Cerna.
Aye.
And the motion carries. And just for the record, this is for items 1 through 27, with the exception of items 9, 3, and 23. 9 and 3 are being held for later times. And you already voted on item 23.
Yes.
Okay. For item 28, this is the report on COVID-19 response. And if I could just make a mention that someone, if they could press their mute button, because I can hear a lot of papers shuffling and so forth. Thank you so much.
Are we ready to go, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, this is Dr. Peter Bielenson, the Director of Health Services. I'm joined by Dr. Olivia Kassiri and Mr. David Gordon of SCOE, who will be following my presentation. I'm just giving a brief presentation on the funding for the COVID response, and I'll tie it into the 45 million number 28 when I get to the second part. First, in terms of the $23 million CARES request summary, you should have the hard copy We now have spent about $20.5 million, or spent or encumbered $20.5 million of the $23,400,000. There's $2,955,000 approved funding remaining. All but $1.4 million of that is in the homeless support issue and in staffing for public health. So that's we're well along the way spending the money. We have about $2.95 million left that is not encumbered or has already been spent. The $42 million summary is actually related to item 28, where we had $45 million that was a cancellation of general fund reserves and increased revenue to the Department of Health Services by $45 million. We actually had appropriated to us $42 million because the additional $3 million went directly to Environmental Management Department for doing business reopening issues. On the on the $42 million that we actually have approved funding requests for, there's expenditures of $2.7 million and $21 million encumbered. So the $23.5 million is either encumbered or expended. $18 million approximately is approved funding that's remaining. The majority of that is in salaries for hiring surge capacity staff workforce, which I'll have Olivia, Dr. Kassiri, talk about in a minute. In addition, we have approved funding that's remaining that has not been encumbered or has been on some testing, about $4 million, and $2.4 million in community-based outreach that has not yet been spent, although $17 million has been spent in that line item. So we've spent, again, about $20 million of the $23 million in spending or encumbered of the $23.4 million. And of the $42 million, we've spent or encumbered $23 million and have $18 million left. And I described the rationale behind $42 million for item number 28 as part of this. I'm sorry, item number 9 is part of this. And if you don't have questions, I'll hand it over to Olivia Kassiri.
Please remind me when to forward the slides, please.
Yes. Hi, this is Dr. Olivia Kassiri, Public Health Officer. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. So yes, we can start with the PowerPoint presentation that you have up. So we put some numbers together real quick to explain a little bit more about the impact of COVID-19 because we've been receiving questions, and there was also some information that was mentioned in public comment when we last presented, and we wanted to be able to give you some additional information beyond what we have on our dashboard. So with this first slide, you can see that, and this is based on October 10th data, we had a total of 23,969. That's in red at the top. And you can see the breakdown by age group, and you can see again in red that close to 60% of the cases are in the age group 18 to 49, and this is something that we have been talking about whenever we've provided our updates. The majority of the people are young adults, and this is not surprising because these are the people who are most mobile. They're the ones in the working age group. If you go further down, you see the breakdown by race, ethnicity. And you can see first that we get the information on race, ethnicity in only about 54% of the cases. Through our case contact tracing, we are able to get additional information, but usually when the labs come in, only about 50% of them do have the information. So that's part of the work that our contact tracers do, is to try and get additional information on race, ethnicity breakdown. And you can see that 36% are white and 33% are Hispanic. These are the top two highest according to percentages. But when you look at the data, looking at case by population, there are disparities, especially for the minority groups. We don't have that information displayed right now. Next slide, please. Could you move to the next slide, slide number 3, please?
We have moved it. There's a little delay.
Okay, thanks. Okay, then I'll go ahead. So slide number 3 shows hospitalizations due to COVID-19. And again, when you look at the total, we have since the beginning of March, we've had 1,953 people that have been admitted to hospital due to COVID-19. When you look by age breakdown, you can see the disproportionality. Close to 50% of our cases, or 48.2%, are in the age group or age over 65. Many of these are in long-term care facilities, but some of them are in individual homes with families. But you can see that disproportionately, this is the group that has been impacted the most. When you look at the box below, you can see the rate by per 100,000. That's the third row, and it shows, again in red, the disproportionality for people over the age of 60. It's 229 per 100,000 for 60 to 69, 351 per 100,000 for age 70 to 79, and 690 per 100,000 for those age over 80. So again, this goes back to what we've been talking about, how the elderly are disproportionately impacted by COVID-19 and often end up having to be hospitalized as a result of the illness.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Sure.
You mentioned in the middle of the presentation about 65 and over that you don't show a breakdown of those who are in assisted living facilities and those who are at home. Do you know that number and not just didn't display it, or do you know that number, I guess?
We do have the number of those that are in assisted living, and I'll get that for you in a minute. I don't have it right in front of me, but I will pull that up.
Okay. I think it'd be important next time you do this to have that in this grouping.
Sure. We will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on hospitalization? I also wanted to mention that for those that are hospitalized, for the most part, many of them do have chronic diseases. About 50% of them have hypertension, 35% of them have diabetes, 30% have heart disease, 10% have kidney disease, and 15% have lung disease. So you can see that having a chronic disease disproportionately affects people, and they end up with severe disease. So again, that's been one of our talking points as we've been talking about the impact of COVID-19. So I'll go into slide number 4. And this shows the COVID-19 deaths. At the bottom, I wanted to point out the fatality rate. Fatality rate is different from what we usually talk about, the death rate. When we're talking about the death rate, we look at the total number of deaths for a certain group over the total number in the population. When we're talking about fatality rate, we're looking at the total number of people who have died due to a certain cause over the number that have gotten the disease. Say, for example, when you're looking at the total that we have here, 464 total, divided by 23,969, which is the total that we had in slide 1, and that gives you the fatality rate. And overall, the fatality rate is about 2%. But again, when you're looking at those age over 65, it is a 12% fatality rate. So again, you can see about 1 in 8 of those over 65 who get the disease are at risk of dying. So very severe consequences. And in the box, you can see with the red, 77%, or actually close to 78% of our cases are age over 65, and that seems to have gone up actually in the last 30 days. It's now at 85%. And then by race ethnicity, with the white, you can see that the about 46.7% of the total deaths are the white population, and that seems to still be going up, and that is mainly because of when you look at by age, especially those from congregate settings. That's why you see that large number. But again, when you look at fatality and death rate, the minority groups do have a disproportionality, but we did not show that. We can show that to you next time. I want to move to slide number 5. One of the points that we try to make is the severity of COVID-19 disease, and this just shows you a partial list actually, of the complications that can occur with COVID-19. In most cases, people have pneumonia, and it tends to impact both lungs. So that means that there's that's the reason that many of them have to end up on oxygen or needing a ventilator. It can also cause lingering lung damage even after the person has recovered. Then pneumonia can actually also lead to acute respiratory distress syndrome, which is basically worse, where there's respiratory failure, and that can lead to lasting lung damage and can also be fatal. Oftentimes also for those that are severely ill, they can end up with sepsis, which is infection in the blood system, and this can also result in multi-organ failure, failure of the liver, lungs, heart, and kidneys, and that also can be fatal. It can also lead to superinfection. I was talking to one of the specialists at one of the hospitals, and they said one of the things they've noticed is that for many of those that have recovered from pneumonia due to COVID-19, they end up with an opportunistic infection, such as a fungal infection. The reason they call it opportunistic is usually for somebody who has a strong immune system. These diseases do not cause have an impact, but for those that have a compromised immune system, they can cause illness. So they're finding an increased number in people who have had COVID-19. In children, even though children for the most part have very mild disease, there is one syndrome that we are concerned about, which is called a multi-system inflammatory syndrome, which mainly means more of an immune storm where the immune system of the child goes out of control and actually starts attacking the normal cells. And that can also be fatal. In Sacramento, we've had 2 cases. Fortunately, both have recovered, but it can also have very lasting consequences. There's also a new term that is used, that was introduced recently. You might hear about it, long haulers, or basically that means that these are individuals with lingering symptoms. And in one study, about 35% of people that were non-hospitalized ended up with lingering symptoms even after they had recovered from COVID-19. So symptoms like cough, fatigue, shortness of breath, loss of memory, or memory fog, and this can go on for several months after they've recovered. Other complications include blood clots or other neurological diseases, and sometimes people have ended up with getting amputations or actually having to have a lung transplant as a result of the complications due to COVID-19. So this was just a very brief presentation, but wanted to present to you why we are so concerned about COVID-19. I know also that some individuals have talked about a CDC report that mentioned that 6% of death certificates had only COVID-19 listed, and that has been misconstrued to mean that it's only 6% that actually died of COVID-19. Just to explain that, actually what it means is that for most of the others, they had multiple complications or had underlying conditions in addition to COVID-19. So again, goes back to what we've been talking about, that people who have chronic diseases, they are at higher risk of severe disease and death. And then also that the complications that are caused by COVID-19 can also be fatal. So this is all I have for this section. We also presented to you a summary with some numbers of some of the progress we have made with the testing and also being able to provide services to the community. But just for the sake of time, unless there are any questions, I wanted to not go over that in detail and be able to leave time for Superintendent Gordon to talk more about the schools, which is an area that a lot of people have had questions about.
Olivia, let me just take 1 second to comment on the COVID-19 complications.
Sure.
It's important to point out that of the 8 million cases of COVID, at least 1 to 2 million have some of these serious complications, including brain fog and other things that last for a long period of time. So COVID is more than just the fatalities or just the hospitalizations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we hear from Superintendent Gordon, do any of the board members have questions for either Dr. Kasseri or Dr. Bielenson?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Tolley,
yes.
Did I understand you were going to come back to item 9 later on, or did you embody that in your first presentation?
I embodied it in my first presentation. Number 9 is related to the 45 million or 42 million that's to be spent.
Right. Okay. So again, recognizing Dr. Gordon's on the phone, Mr. Chair, I'd like to come back to that because I did want to highlight a couple of items there and ask about them, but I certainly want to allow time for our other presenter to present, so I can hold that for a moment if you'd like.
Okay.
Yes, and this Supervisor Peters, I have questions too, but I'd just soon wait till after Mr. Gordon's finished.
Okay. Any others? All right. Hearing none. Do we have Dave Gordon on the phone?
Yes, sir. I'm on the phone. Ready to go.
Mr. Superintendent, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Happy to report to you this morning. And just so you know, for our 13 school districts in the county, nothing rises above the safety of our students and our staff. And in that vein, I want to first thank you for the extraordinary support our school districts and my office have received from Doctors Bielenson and Kasseri and their team. Among other things, number one, they've always been available to meet with me, our superintendents, and our school boards. I can't tell you how many late-night school board meetings they have participated in, particularly Dr. Kasseri, on request, on demand. It has been an enormous assist to our superintendents and our school board members in understanding the science of the reopening of schools. Secondly, they provided great support when we developed our reopening guide, which we released back in June. They've helped us in planning for in-person assessments of special education children, English language learners, and allowances for emergency mental health counseling as the need arose. They've helped us in interpreting and syncing with the state guidelines, which have been ever-changing along the way. And finally, and most of all, they provided support for the testing and contact tracing and funding for testing, and helped our districts through training of staff in understanding the protocols that will be needed when schools reopen, because I have said on many occasions, one of the things I've learned from all of this is the problem is not so much reopening, the problem is making sure you can stay open, and that's where your financial support for the testing and tracing and their support for helping our staffs understand how to do that has been invaluable. I was going to talk through where our districts are in reopening, but that would take some time, and in the interest of time, I could answer questions about that. But just to give you the lay of the land, we have 13 districts in the county, 240,000 students in total, and our districts range in size from 65,000 students, which is Elk Grove, the fifth largest in the state, to a district of 300 students. So they are in completely different places because of their size and in many cases their geography as well. So I can leave it to your questions if you have questions about reopening plans for individual districts, so I won't take the time to go through each and every one. And let me then just close by reiterating our sincere thanks to Drs. Kassiri and Bielenson, and a plea on behalf of all of our districts for continued county financial support of testing for the rest of the school year. And that's very important, again, as we strive after reopening to be able to stay open. So I will pause there and entertain any questions you may have.
And this
Very
is
good.
Dr.
Thank you.
I just have wanted to
hold on, please.
Okay.
Flo, can you please do what you can to reduce the echo? We're getting terrible echo again from Mr. Gordon in the background.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Dr. Kassiri.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to Supervisor Peters' question. So about 202 of the 361 in the age group or age over 65, the deaths were in congregate settings. So that's about 56% of for age over 65 are people in congregate settings.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, any questions for Superintendent Gordon? No questions from board members? Okay. Well, Mr. Superintendent, we appreciate your update and your partnership. Just as you have gratuitously thanked our two doctors in public health, on behalf of the board, I want to thank you and all your staff and member districts for the partnership. We've enjoyed to jointly address this unique situation, and appreciate you being part of today's presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments from Drs. Bielenson or Kassiri?
No.
No? Okay. Supervisor Tolley, you want to speak to item 9, or how do you want to address that?
Yes, if I could, and it certainly relates to some of the information. Again, thanks to Dr. Gordon and certainly to Drs. Kassiri and Bielenson. I wanted to ask about in item 9 were the fiscal piece were of the $45 million that was allocated by the board. We're moving $3 million to environmental management. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, and that will cover both expenditures already encumbered as well as going forward for what period of time? For the remainder of the fiscal year, remainder of the calendar year? It's converting general fund dollars. So what's it anticipated to fund?
It goes through December, and I believe that this was services that they have provided since March. Environmental management has been part of the enforcement group that has been working with us in terms of reviewing and putting out guidance to businesses, also doing visits to businesses and providing education as well as enforcement when needed, so that the $3 million covers those services.
Okay, so let me be clear though that basically these are now general fund dollars, and if it only funds it through December 31st, it'll be kind of prep up my next question, but we're in red tier. We're hoping to get to orange by the end of this month, and I want to ask about that. But you can't get any further than yellow under the current, setup. So how is it that this only funds it through the basically into the calendar year, and not anticipating that we're going to, have some level of activity beyond that, at least under the current procedures we have to follow?
When we developed our budget, it was based on the understanding that the CARES dollars would end in December. So when we presented our budget, it was for a 6-month period that would end in December. We are in discussion as to what our ongoing needs are going to be, and we're going to meet with Dr. Billingson to develop that budget. Some of the expenditures that we've encumbered during this period of time will be ongoing. Superintendent Gordon has told you about the support that we're providing for contact tracing in schools as well as for testing, and then also definitely the work that environmental management is doing will be ongoing as well. So we will have a budget that would give an estimate for the next 6 months.
Okay, so but it's contemplated that we would exhaust $3 million for EMD by December 31st?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, that's that'll lead to another question, but all right, that clarifies for me. So if I could just then going back to the within the framework here, the operation support, and we're this will authorize purchase of vehicles and such. I know that as recently as yesterday, the governor and the administration weighed in on vaccines and who's going to authorize them and so forth. But will the equipment that's being purchased here, is it going to be utilized for the flu season beyond COVID, or is this the preparation that you, Dr. Bielenson, and Dr. Kasseri talked about in securing the necessary I guess materials and supplies. Yeah, I was going to say the right word. So
this is a combination of the flu and for COVID. This is not the be all and end all in terms of how much we need for COVID, but we wanted to have at least available some of the material that we would need to give the vaccine. Olivia can present, she and I can present next time on the vaccine, on where it stands right now. The governor has basically said in the spring, in January and February, there'll be the high-risk people, and in the spring and summer will be the more general population that can be vaccinated, but we will clearly need more money than this.
Okay. All right, so you'll come for our next report. A couple more quick questions. And on the community-based organizations, you're working with Center for Health Program Management and La Familia on the outreach. I had suggested at the last hearing that one of the small community-based organizations in the southern part of the county, where you have certainly I think a goodly number. I mean, I don't know how it breaks out population-wise, but people who work in agriculture, and many of them Hispanic. So have we done an outreach to South County Services to see if they could assist us in that regard as well, particularly in the Delta and out in the Harold, Wilton, Galt areas in the county?
Yes, we have, and I will reach back to find out and make sure that the connection was made with the contact information that you provided for us the last time. La Familia we were just able to execute that contract, and they are working with the state in that collaboration they will be able to provide hotel rooms as well as additional services for people in the agricultural and food industry in those regions.
Okay.
That's the Healthy Harvest thing, Supervisor Natoli.
Okay. All right. Very good. So back in early September, I'd asked about, and I know you reported last time that we were still waiting on some IT assistance, but about making and working with some of our local park districts, having Wi-Fi hotspots for certainly students, but the general public available. And we're now, I think, at least 6 weeks beyond the initial suggestion and some of the inquiry. And I know we have people to stand ready. Are we close, or have we executed that? And if not, where are we? I just think we need to, we're still in the fair weather part of the year, but as reported on the schools, that as they reopen with hybrid approaches and and such, there's still going to be a need for this, and I guess I'd be very interested today knowing where we stand.
Yes, we've been working with DTEC that has been helping us with getting estimates from carriers, and I was actually hoping that by this time we would have additional information to provide in terms of what the cost will be, but we're still waiting for them to give us a quote. So we'll continue to follow up with DTEC. They've been very supportive and helpful in providing us with the information that we need. So my apologies that it's taken longer than we thought it would, but we're still waiting for them to provide us with a quote.
Okay. Again, I appreciate that they're helping you, but I would hopefully they understand kind of some of the urgency around this. Last question then, for both doctors then, I appreciate the statistics today, and we're certainly we're currently in the red tier. We've been able to move forward with some of the certainly the schools, but what about where do we stand? The goal was to be orange 2 weeks from now, or actually less than 2 weeks from now, and the positive cases continue to be, I think, the biggest challenge. Our hospitalizations are down. Obviously, we've been able to, I think, work very hard to prevent death, and certainly to follow up with the tracing and so forth. But what are the prospects? And is there anything else we can do, certainly with the state, to help us to again safely reopen and to move to orange, but also to yellow as quickly as possible?
Supervisor, we are already in orange, and the percent positivity rate of either 2.2 or 2.5%. We're actually close to yellow in that. The cases, we're still bordering on red and orange, but we're barely in red. So because of that red and orange, we continue to be red. But we've been coming down in our number of cases as well as the hospitalizations, and so we're hopeful to hit orange in the next week or so. Olivia, do you want to comment?
Yes, I agree with that. From the data that we got from the state yesterday, the case rate was 4.4, and we need to hit below 4 in order to get to meet the criteria for orange for both the positivity and the case rate. And looking at the way that our numbers have been going down, I think we are really hopeful that we will meet the criteria next week. We do have to meet the criteria for 2 weeks in order to be able to officially be transitioned into orange. So I think we're hoping that next week we'll have some good news.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions or comments by board members?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Kennedy.
Okay. I think I heard Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank both doctors for your leadership in all of this, and I want to reemphasize how much we appreciate the work that you're doing, and what you've done for our community. That being said, not so much a question or a comment for the doctors, is more for Mr. Gill and Mr. Wagstaff, and that's that I don't want to be in another awkward situation. If there is a CARES 2 that comes forward, I am hoping that we are going to put public health as our number one priority, and we have a commitment to meet those needs before we do anything else with CARES dollars. That's my comment.
And I would just, this is Supervisor Cerna, and I appreciate Supervisor Kennedy's comment. I'd like to put a finer point on it and harken back to our August, I think it was August 19th hearing on CARES Act funding, where I think at least I was pretty clear, and I think I saw some nodding heads on the dais that day, that from that point forward, the Board of Supervisors should be directly involved in any of the intermittent discussions and decision making relative to the appropriation of resources to address the pandemic. So I fully expect that not only are we going to prioritize public health, which I think we can all agree is what we need to do, but in terms of process, I'm going to expect that it's going to be a very different one. It's not going to be one where the CEO and department heads go away for a couple months, and then after repeated efforts to try and acquire a status report, we get what we got last time. So we need to think very carefully about how that process is going to change, and how it's going to be very deliberate on behalf of the board, not the executive.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other comments?
Supervisor Peters?
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Dr. Bielenson about a recent statement that came from his department having to do with getting involved in trying to curb community Christmas decorations in a neighborhood. I don't understand why this is the public health issue. If this is a problem, it should be handled by code enforcement and the California Highway Patrol. They're the ones who should be working with it. Most people are in cars or walking outdoors, and I just think coming from public health, you're not taking into account how it will reflect on community displays all over the county. I mean, in the media, they usually print pages on their website of communities that have Christmas displays, and I don't think based on a specific neighborhood. I think based on what you said about a specific neighborhood, it really would affect the whole county. And I just don't think this is the way to get the public to respect the opinions coming from public health. This is, I don't think you should be getting into issues that are better addressed by other county departments as they traditionally have been. So I'd like your comments on that. I'd like to hear Dr. Bielenson's comment on it.
It might involve me, so it could involve something that happened in my district. I don't know if you want to hear from him first.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hear from Dr. Bielenson in response to Supervisor Peters first.
Okay,
so I think you're referring to Dovwood Court,
yes.
Specifically, obviously generically, many more places. So we have a process. Obviously, we are not opposed to decorations or displays or anything of that nature. That's obviously everyone's right to do that. So that was incorrectly reported, if it was reported at all. What we have done, however, sorry.
It was reported.
Yeah, which was incorrect. I mean, obviously, we're not going to dissuade people from putting up decorations. The issue is with large gatherings, which there is a guidance now from the state. We actually went beyond the guidance from the state and have set up a process by which people can apply very simply to EMD for display visits or whatever, parades or things like that nature, or cars coming into neighborhoods, etc. So that there is a mechanism by which that they can apply, and that's what we had done, and that was
I'm sorry, Dr. Bielenson, I just can't buy that. I mean, look at East Sacramento. There's 10 or 15 blocks and more that they don't have an official organization to apply. I mean, look at Elmhurst. Look all over Sacramento. Those are not organizations that would apply for a permit. I mean, they've decorated their houses and people drive by to look at them. I mean, I just don't see how you can regulate that.
Well, I hear you on that, and obviously the mid-40s, people can come in on H Street, drive through, and go out M Street or whatever, or J Street, and progress normally. The issue with Dovewood Court, which was one that I was specifically involved with, which I actually went out to investigate, is that it is a court. It's a cul-de-sac. And so there's in order for people to get out and to visit that, they actually would probably have to get out of their cars. It's so jam-packed that people park their cars outside of the cul-de-sac and walk in. So that was why we had an application process for entities like that, where...
But it's not an entity. Well, Dr. Bielenson, it's not an entity.
Okay, well, it's... we were trying to do the best that we can. If it's up to I suppose it's up to the board if they want to.
Can I add something? Can I add something? This is Dr. Kasseri.
Yeah, Dr. Kasseri, go ahead.
So I just wanted to add also that just like we did for the Halloween, where we worked with code enforcement and environmental management and public health, we have a team that works together on some of these guidances, and we've been thinking through how to safely provide people with a way, because many of them actually call us and they want to find a way of being able to do it safely. So we were able to actually provide some guidance for Halloween, and a lot of people were very appreciative for that guidance. So we're still working on guidance for Christmas, and it does not need to be an organization or an entity that reaches out to us. We've had neighborhoods reach out to us, individuals reach out to us, as well as businesses. And so we either work through, and our goal actually is to find a way of working through some of the issues, thinking through some of the issues so that they can do it safely. Say, for example, the one that Dr. Bielenson has mentioned, Dovewood Court. Actually, our environmental management team is still working with them to find a way of being able to do it safely, because we do understand how important these celebrations are. And so we want to find a way of doing it safely. So yes, there was that report that came out, but we're still working with the neighborhood, and our hope is that with additional neighborhoods as well, the guidance that we put out will help them to be able to have these celebrations safely.
Well, I just think it's impossible to enforce, and if you have something going on that's impossible to enforce, that means it dilutes the strength of opinions from your organization. I mean, most people are wearing masks now, and that's really about all you can do is ask them to wear masks.
That's correct, but again, as I mentioned, a lot of the individuals are actually reaching out and asking us how they can do it safely. So our goal is to work with them and work through some of the issues that they have. Even though we are not going to be out enforcing or checking what they're doing, but many of the people have actually, when they call us, they say, "I want to do the right thing." So that's our goal.
So are you going to call all these people back once you come up with an appropriate way for them to have their celebration?
We do outreach in several ways. We do, when the guidance is ready, we do post it on our websites, on the environmental management website. We also work with our PIOs. They've been very helpful in getting the message out. And actually, when we do get the media requests, oftentimes they're also asking us what our plan is, what advice are we going to provide. So all of this is information and ways in which we are able to reach out. Also, as I mentioned, many people are calling or emailing us and asking for guidance. So we are using.
So why wouldn't you wait to give guidance till you're a lot closer to the date and we know what the COVID numbers are?
Some of the celebrations or the events have long-term planning. So, for example, for Christmas, and there are some people who have to do, like for those that want to have a parade, they want to start the planning right now. And of course, we always tell them that this is still, they would still have to consider what's going to be happening around that time in terms of the numbers. So they have to have a contingency plan. But for many of them, they want to know, can we go ahead?
Well, I don't know if this is something that's come to the board. I actually am having a lot of people ask me about it, and they're pretty unhappy. So I think you need to take that into account, too.
I mean, that is true, Supervisor. But we now have, there are more than a dozen states as of today that have hospitalizations at record highs. And as we head into the fall and winter, we really, really want to stop trying to decrease the number of gatherings that are going on. So we're trying to manage.
Yeah, I understand that. I just think you ought to wait until closer to the actual event, and we can see what our numbers are here before we send out drastic opinions.
Yeah.
Sure.
We agree with that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Supervisor, this is...
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Frost.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Dr. Bielenson and Dr. Kassirier. With the Dovewood Court situation, it was the neighbors who were going back and forth, and they reached out to us, to me, to try to understand what they could do. And part of their problem was that they're on a court, and their event, as it is without COVID, it goes for 30 days, and they have thousands of people go through their neighborhood every night over a 30-day period. And they work with the local Grange, that's their major fundraiser for the year, because they are parking cars, and it ends up being a big deal with the local CHP, who it's a major traffic issue. And so they were anticipating with COVID it would be even harder, and I think they were reaching out to try to figure out. Some didn't want to have it, some did, and they were trying to ask us to help them work through it. And so I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Bielenson, for working with us on this, and Dr. Kassirier. I hear what Supervisor Peters is saying. It's outdoors, and why is it a problem and all that? But in this case, it did end up. It is it's already a major traffic jam without COVID, and if you're having to social distance people and go through all that, it could end up being even more onerous. So they needed help. So that was part of what started the whole thing.
I understand that. I just think the California Highway Patrol, that's their job. They're experts at traffic control. Yeah. So it seemed to me they're trying to drag our health department in to strengthen their position.
Well, it's definitely not our problem. The traffic isn't our problem, but and they were trying to figure out if they were going to even do the neighbors between themselves were trying to figure out if they could even how they were going to handle it and what they could do. So I think the public health was trying to help them, figure out what would work for their neighborhood.
Mr. Chair, this is Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just on this point, again, certainly have listened to the questions and some of the responses. I do think that, as we move closer into the Thanksgiving, Christmas holiday seasons, that, obviously evaluating that, but, to, kind of burden folks with having simple application or not, folks are trying to, I think, make the best, obviously, of what's been now a multi-month, lockdown to some degree, stay at home, and all the other things that come as a part of that. And, if there's going to be guidance offered, and whether it's in a specific location or otherwise, again, I just became aware of this, last week. Supervisor Peters mentioned it to me, but I do think that we need to know and be, sure. And I heard Dr. Kasuri and Dr. Peters both say they're still attempting to work through it, but we're certainly in a situation, we're still in this pandemic, but I do think that it's not unimportant for folks to, whether it's seasonal holidays or otherwise, to have, guidance, but not to, use certainly the health backdrop of it's not the true concern as, as a reason for, addressing certain things. So I guess my ask would be that you're going to offer guidance that you provided to all of us, so we have that information available to us, please.
I'm having terrible difficulty in here. I can only hear the phone.
Who is this?
Cannot.
Who's speaking? Okay. I'm going to remind everyone again, please mute when you're not speaking. We're getting a terrible echo, and it's making it very difficult to understand the speakers. Any further questions or comments by board members? If not, I do have a question and comment, and it really stems from what I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting. And the reason that we're holding it telephonically today is because of potential exposure internal to the county itself that's been widely reported, and in fact has precipitated some of our staff actually being in quarantine. So I would like to know, and perhaps there are others on the board that would like to know, what is going to be done differently from here on out. We are the second largest employer in the county. We are the agency that is issuing these health orders. We are the level of local government that is setting an expectation of the public to comply with those orders. And I think it's absolutely incumbent on us to set that example, if nothing else. So I'm sure you can probably sense the frustration and disappointment in my voice. So I want to know, what are we going to be doing differently? And I want to hear from the doctors about this.
Well, we certainly recommend masks, and not recommend, we require masks and social distancing at all events, and we will certainly do that going forward.
Okay.
We also recommend
yeah.
that if for any meetings, if they can be done remotely, that you look for those alternate means.
Alternate.
Okay, that all sounds great, but it sounds soft. Like what? Perhaps Mr. Gill, you would like to chime in here. You're the head of this organization. I would like to understand how are we going to take more seriously the fact that masks and social distancing are our best defense here, and this cannot happen again. I mean, the last thing I want to do is, listen to the radio, pick up the paper, and learn about the latest misstep that has, now essentially placed people in quarantine.
As both doctors have mentioned, mask and social distancing is, when we have our meetings, that's going to be the practice. Where we can do some remote phone calls and meetings, we do look at that opportunity, and we're going to re-stress, given the situation we find ourselves in, that if people have symptoms and they're being tested, is stay home, don't come in. So we are going to continue that discussion with folks and implement that, continue to implement it that way.
Can I make a suggestion here? Can I suggest that I think it should come from the CEO to all departments. Perhaps it's even a countywide message via email, just to stress what you just said in terms of the necessity to be very cognizant and diligent about the practice of wearing masks and social distancing, washing hands, everything that we've become accustomed to in the last 7.5 months.
Yep, and checking symptoms. If you have something, contact your physician. Do not come into work. All that stuff. Yeah, no, we can do that.
Yeah, I would like that to come from you, Mr. Gill.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else before I believe we still need to vote on item number 9. Number 28 was a informational item. Any further question on either item?
And you do have public comments.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Tully.
Yeah, very quickly. I just on your questions and certainly response, I would just say that the impacts of what occurred, are pretty broad, and including, what we're doing today, which is, as far as I can recall, at least during this pandemic, but even before, first time we've done entire public meeting remotely. We've been doing a lot of them, obviously, but where at least some of us can be in the chambers and so forth. And, it's already been a struggle over these past many months for public input, and certainly the deliberations of our board. And again, we've all worked to accommodate, recognizing the safety elements and certainly the guidance and the requirements that go with that. And I guess I would just say that part of the result is what we're doing today, which I think is just put another emphasis on this whole issue, is that it's a serious one, and I'm not questioning people's sense of that, but again, this way we're having to do this meeting today is an outward result of that, and that concerns me. That again, we, as you said, are a major employer. We're ones that issue the orders, at least in part, with the state, and I think this is, certainly put another imposition on the general public and our ability to conduct the public's business in the settings that we do. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, you mentioned that we do have public speakers in the queue.
Yes, we do. And I will go ahead and get them ready. Please transfer the first caller.
Do you have an estimate of how many?
Oh, I'm sorry. You have approximately 9 callers in queue right now.
Thank you.
Yes. Hi, caller, please mute the meeting in the background, and then you have 3 minutes to make your comments, please.
Hello, am I on the phone?
Yes, go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, I called a couple of weeks ago, and I can't believe you people are still at this. Plenty of people 2 weeks ago told you that we know this is not a pandemic and the CDC is calling it an outbreak. And you are pretending that you are somehow at risk for a virus with a more than 99% recovery rate, and much more of a recovery rate in most instances. That you are so much in danger that you can't even show up into the chambers today? I'm sorry, but this is such a sham of a meeting. And while I have you on the line, I might as well ask you a very honest question. Why are you still relying on that Dr. Bulianson? I told you 2 weeks ago that he is unfit to be an authority on anything, least of all a public health situation, or frankly, that Dr. Cassirer for that matter. Her horror laundry list of comorbidities is nonsense. Amputations, lung transplants. This woman needs to get kicked right to the curb, right along with Dr. Bulianson. And everyone needs to stop calling this a disease. Just like you need to stop calling it a pandemic. This is a virus, plain and simple. And you are not going to be able to fool anyone any longer. You are not going to be able to pull the wool over our eyes by telling us such silly horror stories. People get sick. It's part of being human. I hate to sound callous, but old people die. It is part of the cycle of life. Why don't you get a real doctor like Dr. Scott Atlas from the Hoover Institution at Stanford University to talk about how you need to be handling this COVID situation? Or what about Dr. Simone Gold? After all, not only is Dr. Gold a doctor, she's also an attorney. And all of you are going to be needing attorneys very soon if you don't stop playing this game. Because you are going to be held personally responsible and liable for all of the damage you are causing with this sham of a lockdown. Children are being denied their civil right to an education with this unconstitutional lockdown. We did not close the world forever due to the flu, and there is no reason to keep this lockdown going for something that is less deadly than the flu. You should all be ashamed of yourselves and think really hard about why you're working in government at all. You are destroying people's lives, and we certainly will not accept you spending our money on mobile vaccine units, as if the tracking and the tracing isn't enough. This is a really disgusting time and way to strip people of their basic human, constitutional, and civil rights during a very charged time politically, when people are paying attention to other things like the presidential election. Shame on every last one of you. Our governor is on trial tomorrow, and the rest of you will be next. And that includes you, David Gordon, superintendent of public schools. I am married to a kindergarten teacher, and he has known for months that this lockdown is a sham. He knows the children need to get back to school. Children have been pulling their children out of school and will continue to do so with this absurd lockdown. LA Public Schools saw a drop in enrollment by 6,000 kindergartners. You will see the same thing happen here. How dare you pretend you have authority whatsoever to decide when and people will be getting the vaccine? Regardless of what the governor thinks, he doesn't even have authority to do that. I am so angry right now, I can hardly speak. And don't even get me started about the Christmas decorations. That is just silliness, nonsense, plain and simple nonsense.
Okay, please wrap up your comments.
And that is patience as I have time for any of you for today.
Okay, thank you. Please send the next caller.
You're quiet.
Hi, caller. Please mute the meeting in the background and go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Gabrielle Ingram of District 2. The National Center for Health Statistics emphasized that most deaths are not by COVID, but with COVID. The state has combined the data setting the rates by COVID artificially high. Only 6% of those deaths had no comorbidity on their death certificate. In addition, the PCR test further inflates the county positivity rates due to false positives. When you review the 3 articles we sent on PCR testing, it is hard to ignore the fallacies of using it for diagnostic purposes in a clinical setting. You do not need to be a doctor to see how easily the data can be manipulated with this test. In the paper we emailed by Greg NND, he explains that in spite of the fact that PCR does not reflect either the quantity or even the mere presence of infectious viral particles, it is currently the gold standard for diagnosis of a case of COVID-19. All other tests that are developed, antibody, rapid antigen, etc., are validated against PCR. This is like grading exams using a key with an unknown number of mistakes on it. This problem has been recognized for several months. The result of using PCR as the primary diagnostic test is to inflate the number of cases. We are diagnosing an infection with a test that cannot determine an infection, and based upon the evidence available, correlates somewhere between poorly and not at all with infectious virus. The health authorities who have instituted PCR diagnostic testing via the emergency use authorization certainly would have been aware of the potential problems with using PCR as a diagnostic test. Our county is under a public health emergency declaration based on a number of positive cases, among other variables. We are not naive to the fact that cases are not always illnesses. The PCR test that is not designed to determine infection is diagnosing people as infected, and we are testing people with no symptoms, something we have never done before in all history. What the PCR test may be showing per Dr. Nye is that a case is not necessarily, and perhaps not even probably, a case of active infection, which truthfully, there is some solace to be found in that, as it may very well indicate exposure successfully fended off. In other words, many of those new cases might indicate people adding to the pool of herd immunity. This is why we declare an end to the pandemic, or more correctly, the outbreak. To help course correct, defund testing and tracing. Limit CARES money to testing and tracing for symptomatic cases only. We sit here watching the puppet strings be pulled, knowing there is no green tier in the state tier-based system, and no exit strategy other than a fast-track vaccine, which much of the population is wary of given its brand new technology, zero public community bioethic and safety panel discussion, and a presidential nominee that said he would pressure governors to push mandates. Any guesses what Newsom would do? All of this is over a virus with a 99.6 recovery rate for CDC, or for Sacramento County as of yesterday, over a 97% recovery rate. The curve was flattened long ago. We the people do not need the government to keep us safe. You are violating fundamental human and constitutional rights by allowing this charade to continue. End the county public health emergency.
Please go ahead and wrap up your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Go.
Be quiet.
Hi, caller. Please
Hello?
mute the meeting in the background. You have 3 minutes to make your comments.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. You can go ahead and start now.
Okay. Thank you. We flattened the curve. The CDC calls this an outbreak. There's no reason for this. Sacramento needs to open up fully and end the emergency, like Placer County did. Their Board of Supervisors were able to end the emergency. And Sacramento County is not in a state of emergency and never has been regarding COVID-19. Even your own health director, Dr. Peter Bielson, has stated numerous times recently that Sacramento is stable. Stable is not an emergency. The schools need to open. Children are they're languishing in distance learning. They need to be in school. They are not vectors of this disease. Please open up Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please mute the meeting in the background and go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Liz Blum, and I just first want to recognize the hard work of Dr. Kasiria and Dr. Bielenson for keeping our county safe. Just want to sincerely, deeply thank you both. My comments are actually regarding item number 9 on the agenda that was pushed to item 28. I'd like to urge the board to issue a policy directive specifically that ensures 3 things. 1, that any unspent CARES funds are converted to general funds and are earmarked for public health by December 31st. 2, that the Department of Public Health receives at least half of all future COVID-19 relief funding. And 3, that the $3 million in funding for the Environmental Management Department should not be taken from DHS and instead should have been funded independently. And I just wanted to let you all know that a document that we actually recovered through a Public Records Act request on the CARES Act funding revealed that the Environmental Management Department had sent in several requests for covering activities that are directly related to COVID-19 and keeping the public safe during this pandemic, especially contact tracing, which has been wildly successful in other countries. And environmental management and the Environmental Management Department was actually denied for their request of $1.748 million on July 6th of 2020 with no reason given by the CEO's office except for that the committee doesn't recommend it to be funded. So we can safely assume that the MOU that's presented in item 9 between EMD and DHS for $3 million exists solely because CEO Gill did not approve funding for EMD independently. And I encourage the board to remember what was said back in August about these requests not having been denied. So again, just really urge the board to issue a policy directive that prevents this sort of CARES mix-up in the future, and to ensure that these funds that are now being kind of switched around are in public health department if for some reason they're not spent by December 31st. Thank you.
Thank you. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Welcome to day 230 of Flattening the Curve. It is evident that you have continued on this path to ensure receipt of CARES and other grant funding. One of your assistants mentioned that the government tied county funding directly to compliance with state guidelines, so this is clearly all about money. I'm here to tell you that we are not interested in CARES money because CARES money is blood money. It is the blood of our small businesses dying and the forced isolation of our children and elderly. No amount of money is worth the sacrifice. We are isolating people to the point where they want to actually die. How can you possibly be okay with this? Cases are not illnesses. This is the first time in history we have tested healthy individuals for traces of a virus and used these tests as rationale to decimate our economy and prevent people from experiencing love, joy, connection, and fun. Basically, living life. It is time to end the fraudulent state of emergency and defund testing and tracing. Please enter into an expert panel process to determine the efficacy and science behind these tests that you are basing everything off of. Testing is ineffective and unreliable, so there simply is nothing to fund, yet you are spending millions. It is time to actually do things to protect our elders, who clearly are the most vulnerable, like strengthen their immune system by having them connect with others, as isolation also kills. I'm curious, have any of your expert doctors reviewed research on the effects of isolation? I'm guessing the answer is no. Oddly, I see nothing on the health department's website about how to improve your immune system. It's all about sanitizing and the almighty magic mask. Speaking of masks, did you know that up to 93% of our communication is nonverbal, and you are removing this crucial element by supporting mask wearing? First of all, what are your policies doing to children who are not even at any significant risk of COVID? I'll tell you what you're doing. You're creating a generation of people who will be afraid of normal existence, and that is not okay. Facial expressions communicate empathy and help us know who to trust. How can you take that away from anyone, let alone children? Regarding the economy, I don't know if you really get the damage you are doing. You are literally trying to save people from COVID while bankrupting them. How noble of you. Maybe you should sacrifice your own paycheck since it's all about saving others, right? You can choose to turn the situation around by having the guts to end the local state of emergency and stop accepting blood money or you can continue to drive the community into the ground, making life hell on earth while continuing to point your finger at the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please mute. Caller. Caller. Please mute the meeting in the background. Thank you. Go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Sacramento County needs to terminate the local health emergency now that we have slowed the spread of COVID. Case rates are low and positive cases are inflated. There are therapies available to those in need. In addition, these unlawful mandates are hurting businesses, mental health, and elders in care homes are being cut off from family. Children are struggling with distance learning. One of my daughters is a grade 2 and 3 teacher and feels this is not sustainable. She's having a difficult time keeping up with thousands of emails daily. Families are being torn apart by the mask mandates and social distancing, including my own. I haven't seen my older daughter and her stepkids for over 8 months. Placer County ended the emergency, and Sacramento should do the same. I hope you will take the sensible approach and listen to your constituents. Thank you.
Thank you. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please mute the meeting in the background. And you have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please go ahead and start.
3 minutes to make my comment. 3 minutes to make my comment when I am on lockdown with 4 children unconstitutionally in a double-wide trailer as a fire refugee from Sonoma County. We were displaced by the Tubbs. I'm calling from the Sue Frost district. She is the only one worthy of being up there today, and maybe a little bit of Susan Peters, because I finally heard another modicum of a brain cell when she started speaking out against the Christmas decoration nonsense. I'm really at a loss for words. Suicides are on the increase with young people. Teenagers are killing themselves over this virus, over this lockdown, not because of the virus, because of the unconstitutional, illogical lockdown that you have Sacramento County under. And I could keep listing the catastrophes that are collateral damage due to what you people are doing. You are supposed to be our elected officials representing us, and you're zooming in today. You can't even come into the chambers. This is a joke. Children don't die from this virus. And no matter how you spin those numbers, there's no justification for all of you doing what you're doing with this sham, spending our money, keeping the elders locked down. We didn't ask for this. We're not asking for these laws. I've heard very intelligent comments by people who are far more educated than I am, but I'm entitled to this 3 minutes because I pay your salaries. We all do as taxpayers, and you work for us. And from the governor down, right through our legislature, right through the supermajority, right down to you on Board of Supervisors, you all seem to have forgotten what the order of events is. You work for us. We, the people, not I, the governor, not we, the Board of Supervisors. You have all lost track of this, apparently, with the exception of Sue Frost, and maybe there's a glimmer of hope for is it Powers, or I forget her last name. As I mentioned, I'm a displaced person from the Tubbs fire. This is totally unacceptable. And I will use my 3 minutes.
Okay, you have, actually the 3 minutes is up right now. If you could wrap up your comments, ma'am.
This is my final comment. You all need to sit in quiet and think about this. And think about what you're doing to the community of Sacramento, because this is unacceptable.
Thank you. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Wow, those COVID deniers are really coming out the woodwork today. I'm calling in to express my support and appreciation for the wonderful people that are working in Sacramento's Public Health Division. Really appreciate Dr. Bielenson and Dr. Casserier really stepping up to try better to inform the public, despite the fact that their supervisors, their county executive, as well as a couple of board of supervisors, Sue Frost, is deliberately spreading misinformation and also stymieing their efforts to inform the public about the nature of COVID-19 and the basic responses and techniques we can do to actually keep each other safe and reduce the deaths that are now over 400 Sacramentans who have died from this virus. I'm also calling on the Board of Supervisors to make sure that the $45 million that was set aside for public health following NABGIL's scandalous mismanagement of CARES dollars will make sure that those remaining funds return to the general fund and are expressly allocated for public health. Totally agree with the supervisors who have expressed it already that public health should be the #1 priority in the county going forward when it comes to budgeting, and that any remaining funds that are directed for CARES be given to public health to address this pandemic, as well as the misinformation campaign that some of our elected officials see fit to continue to perpetuate. I would also call out how this shitty process that you have for teleconferencing and allowing public comment, that's not the fault of public health. That's not even the fault of I wouldn't even say it's necessarily the fault of the staffers that are managing this process, like Flo. I think it's the county executive's office who is responsible for creating a teleconferencing system and had multiple examples of counties and cities that have already implemented this stuff to actually create a system that allowed more public engagement, public discourse, and you all to continue conversing seamlessly without these technical snafus and difficulties that you're experiencing right now. It's been over 7 months since we've been under these conditions, and and the county executive still hasn't gotten this shit together. So I think it really speaks volumes to the lack of respect or just outright insubordination that NABGIL continues to show this board of supervisors, his direct bosses, and you all should definitely hold him accountable, not outright get rid of him. Because as you can see from last week's debacle, when he decided
Please wrap up your
to call
comments.
together all the heads on this, you should know full well that he is incapable of this job and outright undermining your authority, as as undermining the authority
Thank you for your
of
comments.
Sacramento people.
Go ahead and send the next caller, please. Hi, caller. Go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. Caller, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, please go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
I hear someone else is talking at the same time.
You can start with your comments. Are you calling to make a public comment?
I am.
Okay, if you have the meeting on in the background, could you mute that?
I don't. So can I start my 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Aniko Bordelon from Elk Grove, District 4. I would like to know if there is anyone with a medical degree on the board who I'm talking to right now, and whether it is yes or no. I would like to know, why is Sacramento County, in addition to California, still under lockdown when the article from CDC clearly states that 86% of the people who got COVID in July 2020 wore masks always or most often? How do we call that masks are beneficial, necessary, when 86% of them wore the masks and they got infected? I recommend to perhaps think about it. How do we, or do you guys, the elected officials who work for we the people, do not go and check the current data which clearly states that 99.997% to 94.5% of people recover just fine from COVID. How do we lock the whole county, the whole state, the whole United States, and the whole world down on a scam like this? Go back and check 1969 when there was a flu pandemic. And in the same year, there was Woodstock, the biggest ever musical festival. There was no social distancing. There was no mask wearing. There was no looking at each other like we are aliens. It's way overdue to stop this. Stop it before the additional damages what this whole scandemic endures to our humanity continues and goes further. Thank you.
Thank you. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Hi. As a parent, I'm actually calling with a unique perspective and one I hope that will be of value. My child is currently being treated for leukemia. One unique aspect of this virus that has been told to me by his oncology team is that globally they are not seeing serious illness with this virus. We're talking about the most neutropenic, the most immunosuppressed population globally. If this is not a risk for them, why are the schools closed? RSV, flu, human virus, all sorts of other viruses pose serious more risks for our children, and we do not close the schools. It's damaging. I am a former educator. Currently, I'm a parent solely caring for my child with a deadly illness. He has been in treatment since.
Ma'am, are you still there? I don't know if you can hear me. Maybe you pressed your mute button. Ma'am, I still show you on the phone. Maybe you pressed your mute button. Could you unmute your phone? Supervisor Cerna, I think she's having difficulty with her phone, and she was the last caller. Okay, so I think there's something going on with the county phone system. I'm going to on behalf of the chairperson, take a 5-minute recess. It's 12:05 so that we can figure out what's going on with the phone.
All right, so we're all good?
Yes, I'll go ahead and take the roll to establish your quorum, Mr. Chair. Supervisors?
Yes, please do that.
Okay, thank you. Supervisors Frost? Here. Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
And you have a quorum. Mr. Chair, we do have one, the public commenter still on the phone when you're ready.
I understand. I just want to take a moment and apologize for those that may have been watching. We obviously experienced some technical difficulties, but we are, I'm told, back on track, and so we will try our best to pick up where we left off with the public commenter that phoned in.
Okay, one moment. Ma'am, are you still with us?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, you have about a minute and a half left of your public comments, so please go ahead and pick up where you were and finish out. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't realize where I was, but I will just try to make that a little bit, try to figure that out.
Thank you.
I was just wanting to emphasize that while we are being treated for leukemia for my son, he just turned 9 today, is his birthday, we've learned to do our best to weigh the risks and the benefits of living life the fullest we can while taking precautions. But we don't expect the rest of the world to shut down. And if we do that, if we're able to make our own decisions based on our health risk assessments, then that will be the best. We'll be able to have a prosperous community, and other people will not suffer because my child's at risk. There are child care centers open. And our schools are closed. Why is that? That's a very interesting observation that I made. Testing is not through the roof. They're not closing down. They're not saying children across the globe. Data shows they are not the index cases. They are not spreading this illness, unlike other viral illnesses that they are at risk for, and they are sharing with the other populations. So it's just beyond my. I don't understand it. I've been following it since January. We've been in treatment since since October, and we've been weighing those risks and benefits throughout this time. We are the ones that are at home. We are the ones that should be watching and being careful. But even in this population, globally, our oncology doctors have stated this is not it's not causing serious illness around the globe for even the neutropenic, immunocompromised population of children.
Please wrap up
Thank
your
you.
comments. Thank you. Okay, that's your last public comment for this item.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Kenny, I believe you wanted to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had similar calls a couple of weeks ago when we had our last COVID-19 update, and I chose not to say anything, but as they continue to come in, I can't. The caller who, one or more callers that said that, they pay for our salaries, they're right. And therefore, I think that we owe it to them to tell them how we feel and what our values are, because, they put trust in us, and therefore I am going to be completely honest. So I'm speaking now as much to not just people of Sacramento County and my board members, my fellow board members, but to the people of District 2. And that's that we've had 471 deaths in Sacramento County. We've had 220,000 deaths plus in the United States. The United States is roughly 5% of the population of the globe, yet we represent 25% of the deaths. And I think largely because we have put politics over public health. I believe that with the leadership of Dr. Bielenson and Dr. Kassiri, that we are holding our own as well as anybody in the nation. And so to say otherwise, I think is ridiculous. And it's an affront. I think that these people who are calling in and saying that we don't have a pandemic, that we don't have a crisis, and that this is overblown, are totally wrong. I will tell you, I sit right now in my home office across the hallway from my wife's home classroom where she's teaching, as we speak, 16 special education students. And I would be extremely uncomfortable at my wife going into a classroom right now with children who, and by the way, last time people said children don't die from this. That's patently false. Children do die from it. But just as important, children carry it and are asymptomatic often, but putting their teachers and the faculty and the staff at the schools at a grave risk. My wife, who would not like me to say this, is approaching her 60th year, and that puts her into a risk category. I would not have her go into a classroom, and that's a personal choice. But as a public official, I have to say that 471 deaths in Sacramento County, more deaths in the United States of America when you combine all of the wars that we've been in the last century, for you to say that this is not a pandemic, for you to say that this is not a crisis, is an affront. And I tried to keep quiet. I couldn't. And for the people of District 2, who, again, they can choose whether or not to return me to this job in a couple of years. That's where I stand, and I'm just dismayed at what I'm hearing. Thank you, sir.
Well said. Well said, Supervisor Kennedy. All right. Any other comments, questions before we take a vote on item 9? Okay, hearing none, Chair will move item 9. Is there a second?
Second. Totally.
Kennedy, second.
Kennedy got it. Fine.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? Or will you please take a roll call?
Yes, and I just want to confirm that the motion was, you moved the motion, and was that Supervisor Natoli who seconded the motion?
I think Kennedy got it.
Yeah, I think he... yeah,
Supervisor
okay.
Kennedy.
Well, yes.
I'll give it to the dean.
There you go.
Okay. And I'll take the roll call vote now. Supervisor Frost?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Okay, and that's a unanimous vote for item number 9.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I understand that we do have a couple of people in the phone queue for items not on the agenda. I suggest that we go ahead and hear from them now.
Okay, you do have 2 callers. Please send the caller now. Hi, caller. Thank you for holding. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. If you could mute the meeting in the background if you do have it running by chance.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is Courtney Hansen, District 1, and I just wanted to put something on your radar that is not on the agenda. I learned on October 14th, I believe, that the County Behavioral Health Department would be hosting 2 listening sessions for the community to weigh in on a very timely and important topic of 911 mental health calls. And that various organizations and people, including myself, I was very excited to see this, start spreading the word for the 2 dates. It was October 27th and October 28th, only to learn that these virtual events have been postponed or potentially canceled without an explanation, at least that I don't have. And I continue to see people promoting these events because they're very excited about them, and just want to make sure that these can be, I would recommend reinstated to the original dates unless there's some major conflict, because it's already sort of detrimental to transparency and the process of people engaging, that there's confusion now around the dates. So please protect your constituents' rights to weigh in on this. I think it will be really important leading up to the proposal on the table to potentially fund some community-based crisis response, which I fully support. So please take a look at that and reinstate those listening sessions if possible with the Behavioral Health Department. They were very much appreciated as a concept. Thank you.
Thank you. Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. Thank you for holding. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. I guess I'm just echoing what the last caller called in to say. My name is Liz, and I was similarly excited about the behavioral health, the Department of Behavioral Health's plan to host 2 listening sessions again, October 27th, 5:30, and October 28th at 2 p.m. It's really refreshing to see a county department at least just host, these sort of town hall events to listen to community, and because of course we're the ones that are most impacted by the decisions that county departments and county supervisors make. And so just really disappointed that these were canceled. I don't believe that they were canceled by the choice of the Department of Behavioral Health. I don't, know exactly why, but I would just urge the board to use your power to help reinstate these at their original times, especially if at our next meeting, November 3rd, if any sort of proposal is to come up around these alternative to 911 mental health calls. I think it's really incredible, and I just commend, Dr. Quist and Dr. Bielenson for taking the time to organize these calls, and then unfortunately just to have them be canceled is really not okay. So really would just encourage the board to look into this and to hopefully reinstate these to, sort of as a symbol of that you all care about, community engagement, and this is a good step in the right direction here. So thank you so much.
Thank you. We do have one more caller. Please transfer. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes, and please mute the meeting in the background, please. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Keon Bliss, and I'm a constituent of District 1, and I'm also calling in to express my disappointment and concern that these public listening sessions from behavioral health that we're at, would actually are being postponed, if not canceled, for whatever reason, which I do not believe either is from is a decision directly of public health. I think from jump, literally since the beginning of this pandemic, there has been a mass effort by those in the county executive's office to basically stymie any kind of transformative change that might come about in response to this world-changing pandemic. And honestly, it's quite dystopian and draconian that we are continuously denied input. The public, the community that Sacramento County executives are appointed to serve and that this board of supervisors is elected to serve by denying us potential avenues to interact and engage with members of our public health division that are trying to protect us and keep us safe. I really want to lift up Dr. Bielenson and Dr. Casserier for their department's work, as well as everybody in public health division that is engaged, that is actively seeking community engagement and support from members of the public during this time, particularly those listening sessions that have recently been popped up. I think those are a great avenue to counter a lot of the misinformation that is coming from both elected officials and general members of the public that are calling in like this. And I want to give, again, a really big fuck you to Sue Frost for just spreading disinformation amongst her district that would cause people to actively put others in harm's way just for the sake of getting a few extra dollars for their businesses, or helping herself in her own business as a real estate developer and investor. I think it's absolutely deplorable, and it's pretty damn obvious that you have a clear conflict of interest that supersedes that of the public safety and well-being of your own constituents. So again, fuck you, Sue Frost. Good night. And fuck Nabfield as well for mismanaging this whole process. Peace.
That concludes your comments for off agenda.
Okay. All right. Do we still have either Dr. Bielenson or Dr. Casseri with us?
Yes, I'm still on. I don't know if Dr. Bielenson is on.
Okay. I'm just wondering, certainly want to stay within the bounds of the Brown Act here, but I'd like to know, the three callers all had the same concern, and if you can't provide an answer here today, perhaps you could let the entire board know via email what has transpired that resulted in the postponement or cancellation of these listening sessions that those who chose to call in have expressed concern about.
Sure, I believe they were behavioral health, but I will definitely pass the message on and make sure that you get the information.
Supervisor Bruce Wagstaff here. I can offer some clarification as well. There was the issue
please.
there with scheduling. We have a very constructive work group established looking at alternatives to 911 calls for what we call quality of life issues. We're providing an update to the board at November 3rd. Getting public input is a key part of that. There were some scheduling issues with the initially proposed dates, but I can assure the board and everybody who's calling in that getting public input is a key part of that. So they will be rescheduled, as well as potentially some other sessions, so that we can get public input.
Okay. Please do keep the board apprised of the progress towards that end.
Mr. Chair, just since you're going to, Supervisor Tolley, since we're going to get a report to the board as to then what the anticipated dates are for the rescheduled. I mean, I don't know what the issues were with scheduling. Obviously, somebody at least calendared and put out a broad public notice, so it went that far. So whatever the complications are, I guess I'd like to know with some certainty as to, when those sessions would be rescheduled. I hear what Bruce says, I guess, in the very near future. And secondly, if there are going to be other ones as well, I guess we got to be kept apprised, since we're going to have a report on this to the board. I just understood November the 3rd, so I would appreciate some further clarification and information. Thanks.
Will do.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I believe we're on to our next item.
Yes, for item 29, I'd like to make a note that this item had a note on the agenda that it was going to be continued to November 17th. However, there is a special meeting today at 3 p.m. and this item will be heard at 3:15. And so the board does not have any requirement to take action for the scheduling of this item on today's agenda at 10:30. But I'd like to just read it into the record just so that it's made aware to the public that this is going to be heard at the special meeting today. It is scheduled at 3:15. This was to approve updates to the Sacramento COVID-19 Homelessness Response Plan, accept and administer $14,756,634 in coronavirus aid, relief, and Economic Security Act funding for activities related to homeless prevention, shelter and rehousing, and prevention of the spread of COVID-19. Continue authority for the director to execute contracts absent of the traditional contracting process. Fund 2 full-time employee positions to support rehousing activities. Authorize funding for Project Exodus and approve an appropriation adjustment request in the amount of $11,405,993. Okay, so for your next item, that would be item 30. There is a presentation for this item as well. This is to adopt the second substantial amendment to the 2020-2024 Consolidated Plan, adopt a second substantial amendment to the 2020 one-year action plan, amend the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency budget, adopt amendment to the Citizen Participation Plan related to the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, approve the Sacramento Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
Good afternoon. Celia Inigas, Program Manager with the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency. As a brief overview, as you are aware, the Corona Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act was approved in March to respond to the COVID-19 health crisis. As part of that, the Housing and Urban Development Department received funds which have been directly allocated to jurisdictions such as the county in 3 different rounds in April, June, and September. In response to the public health crisis, the homeless COVID-19 response team developed a comprehensive operational and funding plan and identified uses for the first round of funding for Community Development Block Grant and Emergency Solutions Grant, as well as state and local funds. In April, the board approved a framework and action plan, and we allocated funding to proactively address COVID-19 affecting the homeless and unsheltered population, as well as to stem the spread of COVID-19 in the homeless population by supporting programs serving the homeless, and to allow those operators to stay open and provide safe places for clients and workers. And finally, also to create and operationalize new capacity for shelters that serve vulnerable and unhoused clients. The first round of Community Development Block Grant of $3.4 million and Emergency Solutions Grant of $1.7 million were allocated in April following the approval of the plan. In June, Emergency Solutions Grant funding in $11.8 million was allocated to the county, and then in September, $4.1 million in Community Development Block Grant funding was allocated. Of course, as we've been hearing all morning, the COVID-19 is continuing to be an issue here in Sacramento, and so in a coordinated effort, county staff, SHRA, in conjunction with the COVID-19 response team, identified ongoing implementation through the end of the year and through early next year to address the pandemic. As you just heard, that report will be heard this afternoon, which goes in much more detail about the programs that the county will be implementing. But just as an overview, this report will allocate Emergency Solutions Grant and Community Development Block Grant in three main areas. For emergency shelters, to extend the motels, also to provide shelter in scattered sites, as well as to provide a new program for persons being released from jail who would experience homelessness. Funding is also going towards rapid rehousing programs for those exiting the motels, as well as for the Bringing Families Home program, which are families in the Child Protective Services system. There are additional new program for prevention, specifically for seniors and transition-aged youth, will also be funded. And finally, the Sacramento Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which will be administered by SHRA. This is a new program and therefore will be required to be approved. I'm going to hand off that presentation to Sarah O'Daniel, the Director of our Housing Choice Voucher and Homeless Innovations Department. Will walk you through this program.
Good afternoon, Chair Stern and members of the board. I'm Sarah O'Daniel with SHRA, and I'm here to share with you information on a rental assistance program that we have developed to help residents who have lost their income or reduced income due to COVID. Next slide, please. We've talked a lot today, I know, related to the pandemic, so I won't say much more. But based on national research conducted in the last month, it is estimated that 40 million or more Americans in this country are out of work right now. 33% of renters cannot pay their rent, and 30 million are at risk of being evicted after the federal moratorium is lifted. The Census Bureau's Household Pulse Survey, which provides real-time weekly data, and the Department of Labor statistics show that 1 in 6 renters are not caught up on rent as of September 14th. 1 in 4 renters living with children are not caught up on rent, and households of color are most impacted, especially Black, Asian, and Latino renters. Next slide, please. There have been many legislative bills that have passed at the local, state, and federal level, including the one announced on September 4th, 2020 by the Federal Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC. They announced the issuance of an order to temporarily halt residential evictions through December 31st of this year to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. It is important to note that while there is a moratorium on evictions, there is no relief provided to renters to raise past tenant payments, which will be due in 2021. Earlier in the year, families did receive some financial assistance with the passing of the CARES Act. Families received one-time stimulus payments based on income, as well as $600 a week supplemental federal unemployment income, which ran out in July. All payments have ended, and many families are scraping by with minimal or no income and with no ability to pay back their rent. We know that if renters cannot pay back this rent that is due or keep up with their current rent, there will be an eviction tsunami in the near future. With that in mind, next slide, please. We developed a program called the Sacramento Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or SARA for short. And we are requesting $1.15 million of county CDBG CARES funds to be allocated towards this program. This would augment $4.7 million of City of Sacramento CDBG funds, city funds. $2.7 million of these funds are city CARES funds that must be spent by December, and $2 million are city CDBG funds. Next slide, please. To launch our program, we studied similar models set up around the country. We also met with over 25 stakeholder agencies to receive input. And we continue to talk to agencies to bring them up to speed of what we plan on implementing. We wanted to make sure that the program we set up is uniform, no matter what funding source is used. It is seamless and quick to process. We heard from the community that it is important to prioritize families with children and to target those that are deeply vulnerable and on the cusp of becoming homeless. Next slide, please. So with that, we recommend launching the program in the county, and funds are available right now to renters in the unincorporated county and the cities of Folsom, Ileton, and Galt, as their CDBG funds are part of the county's allocation. The cities of Elk Grove, Rancho Cordova, and Citrus Heights receive their own CDBG entitlement. We have communicated with them, and at this time, they aren't interested in joining the program, as they have set up their own program or have plans to set up one specifically for their jurisdiction. As this program is mainly assisting those who lost their income or have reduced hours due to COVID, as a qualifier, the household must have experienced a reduction in employment income due to COVID-19. As a threshold, the family cannot have income exceeding 50% of area median income. What that translates to is for a family of two, the current income cannot exceed $34,550, and for a family of four, it cannot exceed $43,150. Next slide, please. Based on the feedback from the community, of the applications received, we will prioritize families with children and extremely low-income families. Those are families with income at or below 30% of area median income. So for a family of two, their income cannot exceed $20,750, or a family of four cannot exceed income of $26,200. Next slide, please. The maximum rental subsidy provided with this program is up to $4,000 per household. We will get verification from the landlord of the funds due, and we will directly pay the landlord. This program will not be available to those living in public housing or families receiving an ongoing rental subsidy, such as a housing choice voucher. Next slide, please. To apply, there will be an online process similar to our HCV waitlist, which was also online. We opened the waitlist on October the 9th, and it was planning to be closed on October the 22nd. However, we have extended the application period through October 29th. It doesn't matter if you are first or last to apply, as the names will be randomly reordered. All information regarding the application process is on our website at shra.org/SARA. We also have an email address where families can email, which is SARA, S-E-R-A, @shra.org. We also have staff available at 2 locations to provide assistance to families if they need help with filling out applications or with scanning documentation. At this time, I would like to conclude my presentation and answer any questions that you may have.
Question, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Supervisor Tully?
Yeah, thank you, Sarah and Celia, for the presentation. And I don't know who this is directed to necessarily, but when I see the 1.1 million, I note the source, but is this the maximum amount we received? Were there other CARES components that were considered? And when I look at the population of the unincorporated area and then the 3 cities, it's probably pushing a population of 800,000. Obviously, that's not folks that would be eligible. Those aren't all renters. Certainly, as a inclusive of other folks, homeowners and such. But I guess I'm curious to understand, and I see what the city contributed from, I guess a couple different sources, but why only 1.1 million? And if there's discretion with this board with other CARES dollars, they've come down through other categories to assign more to offer assistance. Otherwise, I think potentially you're only going to reach 200 or 250 families, if I understood correctly. I mean, you're going to look at a pool of 1,000 plus. But I guess I'm curious as to why only that amount of money.
Supervisor Natoli, this is Lachelle Dozier, Executive Director at SHRA. The $1.1 million is coming from the CDBG funds, and I know that Ann Edwards from the county is probably on the line as well, and there really was a decision regarding extending the motels, which will be discussed later on this afternoon. And there was a desire for funding to go towards the motel extension, as well as this program. Ann, I'm not sure if you're on the line still.
Yes, I am on the line. Thank you, Lachelle. Ann Edwards, Director of the Department of Human Assistance. These were very tough decisions we had to make with the CDBG money that became available. One of our concerns, and you'll hear more about this afternoon when I make my presentation, is that we want the motels were slated to stop at the end of September. And as you all probably know, we did stop services at one of the motels due to neighborhood issues. 3 of them are still operational. We don't think it's prudent to close the motels September 30th. So one of the requests this afternoon is to extend those motels to December 30th. And then we also feel pretty strongly about the fact that shutting down the motels on December 31st in the dead of winter when pandemic is probably not going to be over is not a good idea. So we had to balance the needs for rental assistance with the needs to extend the motels because it will be literally impossible to rehouse everyone in the motels by December. So it was a difficult choice we had to make within the funding available.
So Ann or Lachelle, then the items are presented separately. They have different components, but why were they decoupled? Because if you wanted to have the conversation, not that they're necessarily going to disagree with what the staff is recommending relative to the motels, but if we take this action, then we've already basically locked in the funding. I guess we could do something different this afternoon. They're separate items, but why were they decoupled?
Well, SHRA's, and Lachelle can probably speak to this better than I, has more components than just this. And what I'm bringing forward this afternoon is just the update to the COVID homeless response plan, and this is a component of that. Okay. We on purpose scheduled them on the same day, but they are separate items.
Okay. Well, I would just say that.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Michelle. And I guess when I think about this is that we have a population that is on the verge of being homeless, and again with the focus on families and those that are at greatest risk, and then we're housing obviously folks who were already homeless in the motels. I guess my question then is, and maybe this is for one or both of you or for NAB, could we use, again, we have other CARES funding that wasn't necessarily block grant that could be used for a host of things. We've spent a good portion of the morning talking about it as it relates to addressing health-related strategies and efforts, but I guess I'm curious because $1.5 million is not going to go very far it'll help. But if when you look at the large unincorporated population, how geographically spread out it is, and certainly the impacts on some of the underserved communities, and as Sarah pointed out, those that are experiencing homelessness at a greater rate, African American, Latino, Asian. So I guess I'm curious I guess my question is, could we use money from another source to supplement this program?
Well, this is Lachelle. Absolutely, you could use additional funding sources to the extent that you have them available for the program. And there is the flexibility as well. This is a program that will be going forward to assist people with their rent. So if some additional funding is identified in November, that can actually be rolled into this program. So it's to the extent that there are additional funding sources available.
Okay, I appreciate that. So let me just maybe ask the question one more time. Out of the total CARES dollars that have come to the county, is there some either unallocated, or I know it's unexpended, we had that conversation this morning, but unallocated funds that could assist with this program as pertains to folks who are currently housed but on the verge of being homeless?
Don, this is Nav.
Yeah.
I think the conversation we had this morning, as you are aware, all the money has been allocated, and the presentation that Peter gave, there's some money that they still have unallocated, not spent or encumbered. That's the money that's available, but we have safeguarded that money for public health.
So everything else outside of the $45 million.
There's some money that we have for senior meals that we allocated another 3.4. I don't believe all the contracts are out on that, but Michelle's working on that one. And the money going to EMD, I think there's a conversation that some of that's recouping the cost. And then the money that Ann was talking about, she has in her budget for the homeless. Those are the monies that we have that if we wanted to relook at an allocation for this.
Okay, so would you just summarize, we basically exhausted the $181 million?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for our staff? Okay, hearing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public that have entered the phone queue on this item?
Yes, you have one caller in queue.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and hear from that individual?
Okay, please transfer the caller. Hi, caller. You have 3 minutes. Please start with your comments.
Yes, my name is Shireen Miles, and I'm with Sacramento Area Congregations Together, and I am speaking in support of the rent relief program. We support the participation of the county in this program. In fact, we had input into it. We participated in SHRA's meetings of stakeholders. I'm also a county resident in District 3. We believe this is important because besides preventing homelessness, it's going to help landlords, small family-based businesses, and most of the money will stay in our community. Additionally, I wear another hat, which is I teach refugees as a part of San Juan's adult education program, and most of them are renters, and they are on the edge. And they also don't know whether they are in the city or the county. So if the city goes forward with the program and the county does not, it will be chaos. So again, as a part of Sacramento Area Congregations Together, we strongly support this kind of a rent relief program, and we in fact urge the county to think about putting more money into it. Appreciate Supervisor Natoli's suggestion about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that ends no more public comments.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay. Any further questions or comments by board members on this item? If not, entertain a motion.
I'd move staff recommendation.
Second, Kennedy.
Okay. It's been moved by Supervisor Natoli, seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisors Frost,
Aye.
Kennedy,
Aye.
Natoli,
Aye.
Peters,
Aye.
Cerna.
Aye.
Okay, that's a unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes. Your next item is the La Mancha approval of the Mental Health Service Act funding agreement.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Beasy, Program Manager with SHRA. Today we are seeking the board's authorization to allocate approximately $2.4 million of Mental Health Services Act funds through the Building Hope program to assist with the rehabilitation of the La Mancha project. The La Mancha project is a motel conversion that will provide 100 studio apartments for homeless households at risk of contracting COVID-19. In 2007, SHRA and the County Department of Health and Human Services Division of Behavioral Health Services entered into the Building Hope program MOU to establish the Building Hope Fund using resources developed through the Mental Health Services Act, or MHSA program, for the creation and preservation of affordable housing for extremely low-income people with psychiatric disabilities. In 2013, the MOU was renewed, and in 2016, the MOU was amended and restated. We have been working closely with Dr. Bielenson and his staff on this project and the allocation of the Building Hope dollars. We greatly appreciate the ongoing partnership with the Division of Behavioral Health staff, especially Jane Ann Zachary. On July 16th, the state of California issued a NOFA for the Home Key program, which uses a portion of the state's federal coronavirus relief funds to convert motels into housing for the homeless, a population particularly susceptible to contracting the coronavirus. These federal funds must be expended by December 30th. Therefore, the timeline for submitting an application to the state, acquiring a motel, and preparing the motel for permanent housing has been and is extremely tight. Mercy Housing and SHRA were successful in receiving an award of approximately $14.5 million in Hope and Key funds for the acquisition of the 124-room extended stay hotel called Wood Spring Suites, located at 7789 La Mancha Way in the southern portion of the city of Sacramento. The overall budget for the project is approximately $22.5 million, which includes $5 million for up to 10 years of operations and services. To fill the funding gap and take advantage of the federal and state funding source, the City Council last Tuesday approved the allocation of $2 million of city coronavirus relief funds, approximately $2 million in homeless housing assistance and prevention program funds, and approximately $1.6 million in city community development block grant funds. The project includes the acquisition of the Wood Spring Suites, which is a relatively new property built in 2009 with kitchenettes and full-size refrigerators in all units. 100 rooms will be converted to permanent housing for people experiencing homelessness, and the remaining 24 ground floor rooms will be converted into a lobby and reception area, 8 case management offices, 2 property management offices, 2 meeting rooms, and common area restrooms. The work scope for the residences includes modification of 10 units to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act and moderate rehabilitation. At the time of acquisition, SHRA and the developer will enter into a 55-year regulatory agreement on the property in accordance with the Home Key program funding rules. The 100 studio units will be restricted at or below 30% of area median income. The developer and management agent, Mercy Housing, is well known to SHRA and a significant provider of permanent supportive housing in our community, having recently completed the Courtyard Inn motel conversion. It is anticipated that up to 40 units will be restricted to the MHSA funding program, and supportive services for those 40 households will be provided by the Department of Health Services. Mercy Housing will also be providing and coordinating additional supportive services. To restate, this morning we are requesting your approval to allocate Mental Health Services Act funds through Building Hope to aid in the rehabilitation of the La Mancha project. In conclusion, staff from SHRA and Mercy Housing are available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, very good. Thank you. Any questions by board members or comments?
If there are no questions, Supervisor Kennedy would like to move this project, thank SHRA staff, thank county staff, and also Supervisor Peters for charting the course, for making this as painless as it was, but this is exactly what we need. So I wholeheartedly support this and ask for the board's consideration.
Peters will second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public that wish to speak to this item?
No, sir, you don't.
Okay. Okay, there is a motion and a second on the floor. Madam Clerk, please do a roll call vote.
Supervisors Frost?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Okay, and that's a unanimous vote.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Supervisor Cerna, this Nav Gill. I mean, we have 2 closed sessions. And if I could ask, I don't know if Lachelle's still on the phone, but if she could call in, we will take her item first, then we will do the county items.
Okay, and just to make sure everyone is aware, or at least board members are aware, we are going to exit this phone call. We have a separate number and code for the closed session. And Madam Clerk, please confirm that we are to use the number we used this morning to come back into open session this afternoon, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to recess in the closed session on existing litigation first, Mr. Gill?
No, sir. We'll do labor, and then we'll do existing litigation.
Okay, so since there are 2 sets of numbers and codes for either, please make note of that. And with that, we are in recess until 2 o'clock.
2:15, Mr. Chair.
No, floor 2, because we're bringing back the item number 3.
Oh, okay. My apology for interrupting.
Yeah. Okay, we're in recess till 2 o'clock.
Thank you. Yes. Supervisors Frost?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here, and thank you for that luxurious lunch break.
Natoli?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
Okay, and you have a quorum.
All right, very good. I believe we are going back to item 3 that was carried over from the morning.
Yes. Item 3.
Read that, please.
Yes, item 3 was to adopt an ordinance amending various sections within chapters 2.115 related to election campaign contribution limits and deleting articles 5 and 6 related to the public financing of elections.
Okay. Who from staff would like to kick this off? Or Supervisor Natoli, did you want to reintroduce kind of your questions?
Well, I think there were a couple of questions, but obviously still a motion on the floor to continue. And
right.
I think, as you said when we closed it, county council will come back and we maybe some responses. But I guess I'm interested in hearing the feedback, and then obviously the board can decide what we want to do next on this. Thanks.
And Supervisor Cerna, this is Lisa Travis, County Counsel. I'm happy to pick up where we left off if you would like me to.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Courtney's on the line also, right? Courtney Bailey?
Correct. Courtney Bailey Canales, Registrar of Voters, is on the line.
Okay. So I think there's really 3 issues that we might want to break it down into right now. There's the first issue is whether or not to delete or keep in the public campaign finance language. The second is the actual question of whether or not and how much to adopt for the campaign limits for the countywide elective offices. And then the third issue is the reporting, which Supervisor Natoli brought up this year, and whether or not there should be a threshold for when it's a threshold amount for when it should be reported onto the voter registrar's website. So maybe we can take the third issue last, because I know Courtney's on the line and she probably has a lot to do, but I think if I could just lay out the first two issues quickly for the board. So as far as the issue of whether or not to delete the public finance of campaigns language from the ordinance, as I said on September 1st, there's not any harm in leaving it as is, meaning leaving it on the books in case the county ever wants to do public financing. I will say that there was a public comment regarding a case from the 90s that addresses the issue of whether or not campaign finance or campaigns can be publicly financed. There's also a 2019 case that I think calls into question the legal ability to do so. That is why in the board letter that we wrote, we said it remains unclear. Again, I don't know if there's a definitive answer, legal answer. It's never been tested in the Sacramento County Code because we have never done it. So again, just to reiterate that, if it is the will of the board today, we can certainly keep the campaign finance, publicly financed language in the ordinance. I don't see a harm in doing that. The second issue is whether or not to continue, and again, that is up to the board. Again, just to reiterate, we have had several public hearings on the matter, but if the board desires to have further discussion on the actual limits of the campaign ordinance, we can do that. Again, if we end up going with the ordinance as is, we would not need to reintroduce. It could be adopted. If there's any substantive changes to the amounts or to anything else in the ordinance, that we would have to address whether or not we can adopt it or whether or not we'd have to reintroduce. It's just hard to say right now because we don't know what those changes could be. And I will defer to Courtney for the last question.
Good afternoon. This is Courtney Bailey-Canellis, Registrar of Voters. Regarding the the threshold and making sure that we are transparent with the contribution amounts, we do use a system called NetFile, which all of our county offices definitely use the e-file system. And as Supervisor Frost mentioned before, especially on the 490 forms, those are done within 24 hours that we would then update the contribution amounts publicly on our website. And so right now we have contributions from $100 up to a couple thousand, $2,500 that are currently on our website for review, and those do get posted within 24 hours. But I am definitely open to hearing other ideas from the members of the board as far as if there's a certain threshold that was in mind, or how we can make this more transparent and more visible to the public.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Tully, did you? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to probe that just a little bit. And thank you, Courtney, for being on, and thank you, Lisa, for your responses. The current ordinance, obviously it aligns with state law and reporting guidelines and so forth. But if as is certainly in the matters before us, the limits are much higher. That you said when the Form 490s are submitted, those are uploaded. But what about actually having within the framework of the ordinance? And again, I don't think this can be done today by any means, but to and again, this might be for all 8 county elective offices, but certainly as we focus in on the changes here for countywide, that, and again, this should be subject to some public input, but what if for any donation over $1,000 that had to be uploaded immediately, or $500? You could pick the number, but I don't believe every donation at 100 has to get posted immediately. Those are just done on those sequence of times, either first pre-election period, second pre-election period, and then post-election. And so, but there are call-outs for, in the ordinance, I know the current ordinance, that if there's an IE of $5,000, it has to be reported immediately, I think, and if there's some donation of a certain amount. So I guess what I would be looking for, one is whether folks might have a discussion around that, but secondly, I don't know how NetFile, is that really easy to access? Is there a web page that people can get to easily? It was described to me, at least by one party in conversation, that very recently, that it's very difficult to navigate to get to the forms, the 460s, 490s, whatever they are. But secondly, that it's not really user friendly. And so again, this is not being critical as much as wanting to know, again, for all the county offices, but certainly for the ones we're talking about here, to have that very current, but also very easily accessed.
Yeah, and that's a great point. This is Courtney again, and I think, I mean, you are correct. If we're going to be changing the contribution limits, then probably the threshold for reporting 250 or over might change. So we probably would want to look into that for the filing and include it in the ordinance. Then for the NetFile system itself, we've received positive feedback from the media. I mean, our media calls have diminished because they're able to use this system. We do have a link even on our homepage that goes right to the NetFile system under campaign disclosure, and maybe it's kind of the nomenclature we use, so maybe we might want to rethink that. And, we are going to be starting our community campaign advisory committee. We have an election advisory committee. We're going to start a campaign and candidate advisory committee to kind of talk more about many different issues, and this is probably one that we should talk about as far as how to make this as transparent as possible. And I would also like to note that SB 970 did pass, the governor signed it this year, which does change the 2022 election from March back to June due to census delays. So because of that, Lisa, I might have to touch base with your office again to change the kind of on-year, off-year filing timelines.
So can I just one follow-on? And to be clear, are you saying, Courtney, that the current ordinance as it pertains to the Board of Supervisors, because we're adding in the countywide elective offices here, requires that an immediate reporting of any donation, $250 and more? Okay, go ahead.
No, yeah, correct. But by immediate, it's 24 hours.
Okay, so it is. So any donation of $250 or more requires to be posted with your offices, and so it goes up on the. And so it doesn't wait till the various reporting periods that are included in for the full disclosures.
No, not for the 497 24-hour turnarounds, which is during the filing period.
And is that called out in our ordinance here?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that.
Yeah, because I guess I didn't see, but there a lot of references to subsections and so forth. So it wasn't clear to me, in the ordinance. Again, you didn't write this ordinance, so I don't expect you to know all the aspects of it. But okay, well, I'd be very interested in having that conversation and to make sure that it's, to your point, as user friendly as possible, but also that to pick whatever that threshold. I'm not saying it needs to be raised. I just didn't realize that folks have to, for anything 250 and above currently, and I assume that would apply, or let me ask this to Lisa. So would those are for boards of supervisors races, Lisa, does that apply for the countywide offices? I mean, because they have different limits, and I don't think that's even been explicitly stated in this ordinance, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe help me understand.
I'm just trying to get to that section in the ordinance to see. Yes.
Yeah, and I think it's Article 3 for the contribution limitations.
Let's see, Article. Yeah, so it would apply to both.
So take me to what page that's on in the strike through?
In the strike through page number 9.
Okay.
No, it's right there.
And where does it say that?
Well, I want to make sure I'm understanding your question. Are you talking about reporting to the, reporting it, or, sorry?
Yeah, I'm talking about reporting. I mean, back to my framing of the question earlier, that, again, it wasn't clear to me that for any contribution of $250 or more, that was immediately within 24 hours, immediately being reportable, and that goes up on the website, irrespective of any pre-election or post-election, filing requirements, which, there are certain thresholds when you have to submit the entirety of the copy, both expenditures and contributions and so forth. But again, the limits, the limits for members of the Board of Supervisors are significantly different than what was in this ordinance. But so what are we calling out? So does this say that all applies to the countywide offices, and if so, is it the 250 that applies?
I wonder if it's an FTPC requirement. I thought it was the reporting requirement from the FTPC.
I don't know. That's why I think we need to get some clarity.
Okay, we will verify where that is as far as the contribution amounts, and then because a section for Article 3, it talks about it, and then it says anything in excess. And then it refers to the Campaign Reform Fund. So we'll verify that on our end.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's all I had right now, Mr. Chair. I'm still interested in continuing this. 17th is appropriate.
Okay. Any other questions by other board members?
Yes, I have a question. Sue Frost. Go ahead.
Kennedy
Member Frost? Okay. Member Frost?
Thank you. I just had a question. Supervisor Natoli mentioned reporting on independent expenditures. I wasn't sure what the reporting process is for independent expenditures. You never know about them when they're happening, so they happen somewhere else.
It's on page 11, Sue, and it talks about $5,000. That's supposed to be reported within 24 hours and notification to the registrar of voters. That's on page 11 in the strike-through edition.
So anyone can go to the registrar of voters every day and find out if there's an independent expenditure on them?
Supposedly, that's what's in the ordinance. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is Courtney. That is correct. As long as they e-file, that is for sure up in 24 hours. If they fax or something like that, we would have to reach back out to them. But most everyone's been taking advantage of the e-file, so we've been able to make sure they're up in that 24-hour timeline.
They just cannot talk to those individuals who are doing the independent expenditure? I'm sorry. I thought there was a separation. I thought if you're doing an independent expenditure, the candidate is not connected to it. Their campaign is not connected to it in any way. They don't know about it. You can't talk to them. I thought there was a complete separation.
Oh, okay. I'll have to look into that.
I think that's FTPC rules.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sounds like we have a little bit of cleanup in this ordinance.
Well, if it's FTPC, I wonder. Well, I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I think if a lot of the things that you are referring to today are FPPC campaign finance rules, which are in addition to things that are required by the current county current campaign finance ordinance. So they have to be read together, I guess is the point.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I just wanted to take the moment to, it's like having Chris Kringle on the line on December 20th. I just want to tell Courtney first of all, we don't expect you to be, the FPPC. You're the registrar, and you're doing a fantastic job. And I want to, tip my hat to you and your staff. In the 6 years that I've been in this office, I don't think there's been a campaign that's been as contentious in which I haven't gotten a single call of complaint, and we've been so aggressive at doing what we're doing as far as the, more places and more time. And so I just wanted to compliment Courtney and your staff for doing a fantastic job.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay, any other comments or questions for staff?
Chair Cerna, this is Sue Frost. I have one more question, and that would be what would constitute this is for Lisa Travis, what would constitute a substantial change in the ordinance?
Well, if you went, let's just say, from 25,000 to 150,000, that would be a substantial change. If there's things that you want to keep in that we had suggested striking out, we could definitely do that. That is not considered a change. So it's more of something that would be a substantive that the public wouldn't know or have advance notice of that might affect the public or their ability to weigh in on the issue. So it's kind of like I'd have to see it before I could tell you whether or not it's substantive, but that would just be an example. Or if you went from 25 to 1,000, that I would think would be considered substantive. But again, if you're just leaving something in that was currently in the ordinance, but that this that this draft is changing, then that would be okay to do. For example, Articles 4 and 5, which are the county campaign public finance contributions.
And if we continue it to November 17, can we still pass it? I think we have to pass it before January in order to have the higher campaign limit revert back to the state limit. Is that correct?
That's correct, until such time that the county did pass an ordinance. So while we are under some sort of time frame, we would still be able to pass our own ordinance even if it took effect after January 1st.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So the $3,000 limit would just be in effect until the county passed its own ordinance.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no further questions or comments from board members, there's a
I'm sorry,
motion.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I was waiting for Sue Frost to finish. I didn't hear what Lisa said, if she did say, about bifurcating the issues.
What I said on that, Supervisor Frost, is that you definitely could do that, depending on what direction you wanted to take. So, for instance, if the board today decides they want to leave in the campaign Articles 4 and 5, which is the public financing of campaigns, that decision could be made today, and then you could continue the, which I think is more contentious is the amount from the public's perspective. So yes, you could do that.
Okay, so we could have two motions then.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't even know if you need a motion, because if you're just wanting to keep something in the ordinance that's already in there, we're not really doing an amendment. So it would just be the will of the board to discuss whether or not they want to leave Articles 4 and 5 in, and then when we come back, if we come back again, we would just be talking about the dollar amounts.
Okay. Thank you. And then I'm to Supervisor Natoli. I would like to see it be November 3rd if we're going to continue this item. Are you open to that?
Well, what I heard earlier was that we were trying to keep a lighter agenda that day. That was what, before we even talked about this item. And again, that's why I thought the 17th was better. So I'm certainly open to board discussion, but I think there needs to be an opportunity, whatever we do it, is to have the full discussion. And we've had quite a bit of that today. I just don't know as far as election day, people may be preoccupied with other things as well. So
we always have a board meeting on election day. We always do.
I know we've had it in the years past, but so that's why I was suggesting the 17th. So,
all right. There's a motion and a second on the floor. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisors Frost? Hello?
I guess.
Oh.
No.
Supervisor Kennedy?
I'd like to vote.
Oh.
I'd like to vote on it.
I'm sorry. I'm calling the roll call vote on the first motion.
Which is the continue.
Which is to continue to the 17th.
Right, that's the motion.
Yeah. You know what? I'll go ahead and change my vote. I'm okay to continue it since we can still get the job done in time.
Okay, so you're saying yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Kennedy?
Aye.
Supervisor Natoli?
Aye.
Supervisor Peters?
Aye.
And Supervisor Cerna?
Aye.
Okay, and that's a unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, for your next item, 32, I'd also like to make a note that this item was noted on today's agenda to be continued to November 17th. There is a special meeting today, later on this afternoon, and this item will be heard at 3 p.m. This is the workshop on enhanced infrastructure finance districts.
Correct.
Okay. For item 33, this is the Marconi Avenue Grocery Outlet PCN, a request for a letter of public convenience or necessity from the Board of Supervisors for a Type 21 off-sale beer, wine, and spirits liquor license to Grocery Outlet at 5025 Marconi Avenue, and this is in the Carmichael community. We also have the applicant on the line as well.
This is Leanne Moffett, the Planning Director, here to give the staff presentation, checking that you can hear me okay.
We can hear you.
Thank you. So I'll be giving the staff presentation, working off a PowerPoint, if you want to follow along. Otherwise, I will cover things verbally. We also should have available on the call, if there are questions from the Sheriff, Lieutenant Dean Pye, the Operations Commander of the North Division. He does not have a separate presentation, but would be available if there were questions of the Sheriff. So starting with slide 2, the item before you is a new grocery outlet located at 5025 Marconi Avenue at the northwest corner of Marconi and Walnut in the Carmichael community. I do want to note that the grocery store itself is a permitted use with no planning entitlements needed, but what's before you is the board finding of public convenience to issue a Type 21 liquor license that ultimately would be issued by the state, given that the site is in a high crime and over-concentrated area. As background, the site has a history of being a grocer, including an Eve's, a Ralph's, and way back in the day an Albertsons, all of which had Type 21 licenses. This portion of the site has been vacant apparently for close to 10 years now, and the original license was transferred to another off-site location over 2 miles away. Slide 3 shows the census district and the 1 mile radius map that we always show you. The point I want to make here is that there are no other larger grocers in the immediate vicinity. Staff does believe it's desirable to have a full-service grocery store in the neighborhood, although there are a number of other places with either Type 20 beer and wine or Type 21 full liquor licenses. Slide 4. Again, I think as I already noted, the PCN finding is triggered due to overconcentration and high crime, as are common in so many of our urban areas. There are 3 allowed in the census district, This would bring the total to 6, and there are 17 places within the larger 1-mile radius. We also looked at sensitive uses and noted there's a private school located to the west and a daycare center. We've also fully evaluated the on-site security. For example, there are 18 security cameras and a number of other security measures. I also wanted to note from the board report that back in 1991, during a prior board review of the building, a masonry wall was required and a security gate, and those are both existing and installed. The item was reviewed by the Carmichael Community Planning Advisory Council. There were some neighborhood concerns expressed. There were 6 letters and 2 citizens who called into the meeting with some concerns. But the CPAC voted to recommend approval on a 5-0 basis because they felt it was strongly preferable to have the site activated with a full-service grocer. Now on to slide 5. We are recommending that you make a finding of public convenience because of the benefits of having a full-service grocer here, that the site has a history of being a grocery store that operated with a Type 21 license. The Carmichael CPAC recommends approval on a unanimous basis, and as is standard, the sheriff provided their written comments within the initial 30 days, and they agree to withdraw their opposition if the standard conditions are placed on the ABC license. I did see in the record that there is 1 comment letter from the property management company in support of the item, and with that, staff are available for any questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions of staff? Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public signed up to speak on this item?
You do not have any public comments.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Chair Cerna?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Supervisor Peters. I'd like to move the item. I've had many letters over the years about trying to get a grocery store into that site and how, being that there was none, it was an attractive nuisance. We've had trouble with homeless. In fact, I was out there last week with the county executive and several other senior staff members pointing out the homeless sleeping on the curb and that kind of thing. And I think having a fully loaded store there will bring people onto the site and help that. It passed the CPAC 5-0. We have the sheriff's letter, including no singles, and all the security asked for. So I do move the item.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I understand the applicant, though, is on the phone, but given the fact that there is a favorable motion and second on the floor, they may not wish to comment, but Madam Clerk, will you check?
Yes, please. Hi, I'm just checking to see if you have any comments to make. Hi, Katie, can you hear me? I think we lost the app. Oh, okay. Do you have any comments to make?
I'm good, thank you. I appreciate the support and the comments from Supervisor Peters.
Turn around.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. No comments. I appreciate the support.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
All right. I heard that she appreciates the support.
Correct.
No comments. All right. So there is a motion and a second. Will you please call a do a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Supervisors Frost?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Okay, and unanimous vote.
All right. Very good.
Okay, so now we're moving on to your nominations. That would be item 34.
Okay.
You are continuing to November the 3rd, the Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council. You're continuing to December 8th, the County Service Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, Casumnes, County Service Area 4C, Delta, Developmental Disabilities Planning Advisory Council, Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, and the Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And for your matters today, we have the Assessment Appeals Board. Supervisors.
Chiefs recommend continuing the item until November 17th.
Okay, thank you. Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Peters.
Please continue to November 17th.
Thank you. And next is the Children's Coalition.
Chiefs are recommending the nomination of Crystal Hardings Jenkins and continuing the remainder to December 8th.
Thank you. Disability Advisory Commission.
Chiefs recommended reappointing Randy Hicks and Carol Moss. Continue the remainder to December 8th, please.
Sacramento County Youth Commission. Supervisor Kennedy.
District 2 would like to appoint India Eason.
Okay. And Supervisor Frost.
Please continue to December 8th.
Thank you. Sacramento Environmental Commission.
Chiefs recommend reappointing Laura Nickerson. Continue the remainder to November 17th, please.
Thank you. Sheriff's Outreach Community Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend continuing the item till November 17th.
Okay. South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Kennedy.
District 2 would like to appoint Lourdes Santana Sanchez and continue the remainder to November 17th.
Thank you. And then the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Kennedy.
Continue to November 17th.
And Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, I continue to November 3rd.
November 3rd. Okay, and that concludes your nominations. Okay.
It means that we actually have, 21 minutes until we hear our next item?
Actually, you do have an addendum item.
Yeah, what about the,
Okay.
So you do have an addendum item.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. So let me pull that one up. Why can't I? Okay, and so that was scheduled at 2:30. This is the vote for Reclamation District number 1000 trustees.
Okay.
Michael?
Are we going to hear?
Yeah, this is Michael Peterson with Department of Water Resources. Purpose of this item today is to determine the county's distribution of votes for candidates for the Reclamation District 1000 Board of Trustees. And then upon determination of that voting distribution, you would authorize the Director of Water Resources to cast the votes on behalf of the county in the election on November 3rd. And
Michael,
the way we're going to do. Go ahead.
This is Supervisor Cerna. Maybe I'm beating you to the punch here, but can you remind me when we've had more than the number of candidates and the number of seats, have we simply considered apportioning the votes equally amongst all the candidates, regardless of whether they're incumbent or not?
Yes, that is perfectly allowable, and regardless of whether we have more candidates than seats, you can distribute them equally amongst all five candidates.
Yeah, I understand it's allowable. My question is, have we done that in the past? I think we have.
I believe we did that last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Michael and Supervisor, and that's correct. We did do it last time.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry I interrupted your presentation.
No problem. So to determine the distribution of votes, each member of the board has an equal share of votes, 1/5 of the county's total votes, And what I would do, I believe each of you has a copy of a ballot for use for today's item to distribute your share of the votes. Our recommendation is to do it based on a percentage, assigning a percentage to each candidate as you wish, one candidate or all five. Each of you can do that. And then after you've noted that on your ballot, I will call each of you by name and have you verbally give me your allocations. I will plug those into a tally sheet and announce the overall distribution of votes. Is there any questions about the process?
How are we going to do this on the phone?
I don't have it in front of me. Did that come in my email? I'm trying to.
Yeah, it's in your email.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, from Flo?
Came yesterday from OCE.
OCE.
447.
Mr. Chair, question?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, just so then are we going to hear from any of the candidates, or I trust they were noticed. I think we've allowed that in the past if they wanted to comment to the board. I don't know if that's currently contemplated. Otherwise, you're just going to ask us to, each of us to make our own decision here about allocation percentage-wise, and then give that in response to Michael's call out.
That's correct. There's to my knowledge, there's no candidates wishing to speak.
All right. Thanks.
So, does everybody? Do all of you have a copy of the ballot that you can see?
No, I'm still trying to. I just texted Flo to see if she could email it to me.
Supervisor Frost, this is Navgil. I'm sending it to you right now, so you should have it any second. Okay, it's sent.
Got it.
So what I'd like each of you to do is to allocate as a percentage your portion of votes towards the candidates as you see fit.
We're voting. I'm. Hang on.
This is Phil Cerna. Trying to get this into a Word format. It's a PDF, so it's kind of hard for at least on my end, to mark it here.
And it would be adequate for you if you wanted to note it on a separate sheet of paper and follow up with filling in that ballot.
Can I just email you right now?
You can email it to me. I will ask for them verbally, but we can do it. We can do email.
Michael, this is Lisa Travis, and I spoke a little bit about to Flo about this yesterday. I think as long as we get the final PDF forms and they coincide with either the verbal vote or the email vote, that will be fine for Flo's record keeping. So at this point, I don't think you need to worry about actually filling out that PDF form. And Flo, you can tell me if you disagree.
I agree.
Mr. Chair.
And if it's go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Tully.
That's actually Kennedy. Just because now this is getting confusing, could we just have someone read off the candidates?
Certainly. I can read off the 5 candidates.
Thank you.
Okay. The 5 candidates who are running for 4 vacant seats are Thomas Barandis, Chris Burns, Nick Abdis, Thomas Gilbert and Deborah Jones.
Thank you.
And you want each of us to tell you what percentage of our vote goes to each person, correct?
Correct. And that total should add up to 100.
Okay.
And we're supposed to email it to you?
I'm gonna ask for it verbally so I can tally it up right now. At least I think that's adequate.
That's fine. And then if the board could please just fill out that PDF, either written or electronic, and make sure that it gets to Flo. That is all we need.
Okay. All right. So are we ready to proceed?
Yeah, but
sure y'all have. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I'll start with, and this is just as they're listed on my spreadsheet. Supervisor Cerna, would you please read off your allocations?
Yes, I'm going to do 20% equally spread amongst all the candidates.
All right, thank you. And Supervisor Kennedy?
25% each: Jones, Abdus, Barandis, and Gilbert.
Okay, 25% to Barandis, Abdus, Gilbert, and Jones.
Correct.
All right, Supervisor Peters. Supervisor Peters, do you have your distribution?
I'm sorry, the mute was on. 50% to Barandis, 50% to Gilbert.
50% to Barandis, 50% to Gilbert. Thank you.
Correct.
Supervisor Frost.
25% to Barandis, Burns, Abdus, and Gilbert.
25% each to Barandis, Burns, Abdus, and Gilbert. And finally, Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, 25% to Barandis, Advis, Gilbert, and Jones.
25% each to Barandis, Abdus, Gilbert, and Jones.
Yes.
Okay, so I've got them tallied, and as a result of combining your vote distributions, 29% of the county's votes will go to Thomas Barandis, 9% will go to Chris Burns, 19% to Nick Abdus, 29% to Thomas Gilbert, and 14% to Deborah Jones. And I'll ask Brandon Ladd should be on the call, and I'll ask Brandon to verify my tally.
Hello, this is Brandon. Yes, I have those same tally numbers.
Okay. Any questions on that? If not, then the next action would be to authorize the Director of Water Resources or designee to cast the votes in the election on behalf of the board as the distribution was determined today.
I'll make that motion.
Peters, second.
Supervisors Frost?
Other questions?
Oh, sorry.
If not,
Aye.
Go ahead and do a roll call vote.
Okay, Supervisors Frost?
Here, aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Peters?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Okay, and that's a unanimous vote.
All right, thank you.
Great.
I have a quick question on that. Where do you want us to send our ballots?
Please send the ballots to me at evansf@saccounty.net.
Okay, I have a physical ballot. I'll run it over to your office.
Yes, thank you. Mr.
Okay, do we have... Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I would ask that you would adjourn to the special meeting if you have no other business, and you would also ask that you would have the county executive comments and supervisor comments taken at your special meeting.
That's fine. Okay, so that concludes our business for the regular meeting. We will adjourn and reconvene in 9 minutes at 3 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we need that?
No, you don't.
Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, October 20th, 2020 at 3 p.m. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli. Peters.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T reverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, October 23rd at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. I will also...
Okay. Very good. Go ahead.
Would you like me to read the CDC statement now?
Yes, please.
Okay. In compliance with directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. To make a verbal comment at today's meeting, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When the chair opens the public comment for a specific agenda item or an off-agenda matter, the clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific period. You can always send an email comment to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and it will be routed to the Board of Supervisors and filed in the record. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, as I mentioned at the outset of the meeting, this is a special meeting. We have a couple items this afternoon. I assume that Mr. CEO, that either Britt and or Steve Hartwig will be presenting.
Yes, Supervisor Navgill and Bob Davison and Britt Ferguson are presenting, and they have a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
So Bob or Britt, I don't know who wants to go first. Bob's going first.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Bob Davison. I hope you can all hear me well at this level.
Yes, Bob, can I read the item into the record, please, before you start? Item 1 is the workshop on the Enhanced Infrastructure Finance Districts.
Okay, and as Nav said, myself and Britt will be doing the presentation. So with that, I'll be going to slide number 2. So slide number 2 is the little bit of background about Enhanced Infrastructure Financing Districts. An acronym that's used all the time is EIFDs, so I'll sometimes be referring to them as EIFDs as well. EIFDs started back in 2015 when Senate Bill number 628 was approved, and it was implemented on January 1st of 2015. It was a response to the elimination of redevelopment agencies, which, as everybody knows, ended at that time. And it was also an extension of previous law that was called the Infrastructure Financing District, which I won't get into the details of that. But EIFDs can be used to provide financing for a broad range of infrastructure work. infrastructure of community-wide significance that provide benefits to the district or the surrounding area. And this includes traditional public works such as roads, highways, bridges, transit, sewer, water, and drainage items. Also could include parks, libraries, and many other items that the board has utilized in other financing districts like Melrose districts and impact fee programs. Also, EIFDs can use to fund projects on former military bases, low-income housing projects, projects that implement a sustainable community strategy, projects related to climate change, and also projects related to broadband internet access. Now, EIFD revenues come from tax increment or tax increment financing, and this is similar to redevelopment agencies, which allows the local entity to harness the growth in property tax and allocate some or all of the increment to finance bonds to pay for the items allowed for in the EIFD that we just enumerated. Now, local entities, different from redevelopment agencies, local entities are not obligated to participate. So a local entity would have to be a willing participant and want to participate in the EIFD. So for an EIFD that was for a county means that was not of a benefit to another local entity, most likely you would not get the participation of the other district, and it would be a county-only EIFD. Anyway, I mentioned that the tax increment is used to pay the debt service on the bonds, and that in turn pays for items funded by the EIFD. So with that, I'm going to go to slide number 3. So slide number 3 discusses the formation process of an EIFD. The process is similar to other financing mechanisms that the board has approved in the past, including Melrose Community Facilities Districts and Property and Business Improvement Districts, but it's also different, and and has many more steps, and I'll be quickly going through those steps. First of all, there was an Assembly Bill 116 that was approved this January of 2020 that created some changes in the formation process for an EIFD. Basically, it eliminated a voter approval requirement for bond issuance, which would happen later on in the existence of a EIFD, but increased the number of public hearings, as you will see as I describe the formation process. First step is pre-formation activities, and this is what would happen at the county level or the level of the other taxing entities prior to a public financing authority being formed. The public financing authority, I'll be discussing that in a later slide, but these activities could include hiring consultants, reviewing the amount of tax increment to be allocated to the EIFD, analysis on the EIFD, the tax increment, and the impact on the county, and also the makeup of the Public Finance Authority Board. So those pre-formation activities would lead to an initial meeting at the county, and at this step, the county, like in other mechanisms, would adopt a resolution of intention to begin the process to form the EIFD, and also would form the Public Finance Authority, including the makeup of the board. So with that, that's the last action that the county board would have until the end of the process. So at this time, the process gets turned over from the county to the Public Finance Authority. So the next step is the preparation of the infrastructure financing plan. The infrastructure financing plan, again, would be prepared by the Public Finance Authority, and it's the detailed guide to the document that is integral to the formation of the EIFD and remains in existence throughout the lifetime of the EIFD, although it can be changed on an ongoing basis. The infrastructure financing plan includes many items. It's pretty detailed, but certainly includes map and legal descriptions of the territory, a list of facilities to be funded by the EIFD, the plan of financing, a fiscal impact analysis to the county because of the tax increment, the amount of tax increment that will be allocated to the EIFD, and then a cessation date, which has to be named in the infrastructure finance plan. So once the draft of the infrastructure finance plan is prepared, then a series of public meetings and public hearings are held. First of all, a public meeting is required. It needs to be noticed, and the meeting has to occur 60 days before the final adoption of the infrastructure finance plan. So after that public meeting, then there's 3 more public hearings that each has to be held 30 days from the previous hearing. At the third public meeting, if there's no majority protest, the Public Finance Authority can proceed on and approve the infrastructure finance plan. And basically, if there's less than 25% protest, it may proceed. Between 25 to 50% protest would require a notice and a holding of a protest election. And if there's over 50% public protest, then the proceedings would have to terminate. So if you make it through those steps, then, like I said, the Public Finance Authority can adopt the infrastructure finance plan. And then what has to happen is that the infrastructure finance plan has to go back to the county board and also to any of the other taxing authorities, if there's other entities, and those boards and entities would need to approve the infrastructure financing plan in its final form, and then only after that happens can the Public Finance Authority take action and form the enhanced infrastructure financing district. So that, in a nutshell, are the steps that you go through. And timing-wise, it's hard to give an estimate, but because there's a lot of activities that could take place during its formation, but it's not likely to happen in less than 6 to 8 months, and it could obviously take quite a bit longer depending upon the complexities that are analyzed in any individual EIFD. So with that, I'll be going to slide 4. So slide 4 discusses EIFD governance. And as I mentioned previously, there would be the creation of the Public Finance Authority that would be the governing board for the Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District. The makeup of the Public Finance Authority would include, in the case of a county-only EIFD, 3 board members, members of the board, supervisors, and 2 members of the public. Now, the 2 members of the public would have to be appointed the same way that the county board appoints other local entities through the local appointment process. Also, the Public Finance Authority would be subject to, like probably any other public entity, the Brown Act, Public Records Act, the Political Reform Act, or any other laws governing public entities. For the board members on the EIFD, there's no compensation, but they may be reimbursed for expenses. And the EIFD would need staff and counsel, which could be in a county EIFD county staff. It can be served by consultants or in other ways as well. But the first, with that, with the creation of the Public Finance Authority, the first actions are to oversee the creation of the infrastructure plan, finance plan, which we discussed in the last slide. Other activities that the Public Finance Authority is responsible for is to meet on an ongoing basis, and they would meet at least annually. In the beginning, it may not be much more than annually, but it has to meet annually at least because they have to review the the infrastructure financing plan each year and consider changes on an annual basis. There's also an annual report that's required, and it's required to be adopted by the end of each year. That annual report would include a description of the projects undertaken compared to the expected progress, a chart that compares revenues to the budget, details of the amount of the tax increment received, and an assessment of the completion of the projects. And also, failure to provide this report suspends the funding of anything, any use of the funds until that annual report is provided. So with that, over time, as the tax increment grows, as maybe bonds are issued, and budgetary needs are. It's expected that budgetary needs would be expanded, and ultimately the EISD can hold proceedings to issue bonds, and would also be involved in the reimbursement to the developers and entities that constructed the infrastructure that is being paid for by the EISD. So those are the basic responsibilities of the Public Finance Authority. So with that, I'll go to the next slide, slide number 5. And slide number 5 discusses the EISD potential benefits. They're another way for local communities to fund infrastructure. EISDs could decrease the burden on developers, and they also may accelerate installation of critical infrastructure. And to the extent that they reduce the burdens and accelerate infrastructure, that could attract private development and investment, and also may increase property tax from areas that will not move forward without an EISD. And so, in other words, if an area is stuck, but then EISD was formed, and if that allowed then that area to move forward, then it could actually increase the property taxes, even though the increment would still be harnessed from whatever taxes are increased. And could certainly be a factor in economic development and projects of regional significance. So with that, at this time, I'll turn the rest of the presentation over to Britt Ferguson and move over to slide number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Davison. This is Britt Ferguson, the county's Chief Fiscal Officer, and we are moving to slide number 6. Mr. Davison did outline some of the benefits that have been identified with regard to EFIDs, but as with anything that we do, there's usually benefits, and then there's areas of concern, and there are some with regard to EFIDs. One of those, and I think this is really important to keep in mind, remember that what tax increment financing does is it basically looks at a base year and says what are the taxes, what is the assessed value in that base year, and the taxes that are levied in that base year continue to go to the taxing entities, and then when there's growth above in assessed value above that base year, the increment, the growth in assessed value, the taxes on that increment go to fund. Previously, they used to go to fund redevelopment agencies for redevelopment projects, and under EIFDs, they would go to fund EIFDs. But what's important to keep in mind here that unless an EIFD generates net additional growth in property tax revenue in the county as a whole, it is really just diverting property tax revenue that would otherwise have gone to the county's general fund. In other words, taking it out of one pocket and putting it into another pocket. And that's particularly important to keep in mind with regard to EIFDs as compared to redevelopment. Redevelopment, as was noted, all taxing entities were required to participate in redevelopment areas. That would be, in the case of the county, it would be the county. In the case of city, it would be city and county. It would be special districts, and probably most significantly, it was school districts. And throughout California, under redevelopment, half of the tax increment revenue typically going to redevelopment agencies came from school districts, which really meant it came from the state, because under the state funding formula for school districts, local tax revenue that went to redevelopment agencies was basically offset by state funding. The EIFDs, that's not the case, as Mr. Davison indicated. Other local governments would need to agree to participate, and in fact, school districts are specifically prohibited under the law from participating. So it really would be, in most cases, in county-sponsored EIFDs, it would be county taxes that would be diverted. And another thing to keep in mind here is that in most places in the county, there is a natural increment growth that occurs. That is growth that would occur regardless of whether an EID is established. So the theory is that by making these investments in tax money, development would occur, and assessed value would increase, and taxes would increase, and they would potentially pay for themselves. But that's not always the case, because there is this natural increment. And there can be natural increment for a variety of reasons. One, because just there is, as you may know, an annual inflation factor for assessed value if we're not in a decline in value situation, and that's up to 2% a year based on the California CPI. So that will often occur. And then
Brett,
yes.
Brett, it's Nav. Can you, before you leave that point, can you let the supervisors and folks that are watching off the proverbial $1 we get, how much percentage does the county get versus other entities? So I want to make sure you frame that issue too.
Yeah, we get about 20 cents or so on the, it varies by taxing area, but about 20% on the property tax dollar.
I want to make sure you got that up.
I'm sorry?
Can you go ahead?
So there's that. In addition, there's often growth, other growth. There's often other developments already occurring or going to occur. There's growth in the pipeline. There's areas that have a history of growth. And one thing that distinguishes EIFDs from the old redevelopment areas is, as you may recall, under redevelopment, an area had to be determined to be blighted. Now, that was a somewhat ambiguous definition sometimes, but it actually had to be determined to be blighted to create a redevelopment area. That's not the case with EFID. So it's possible to do it in EFID in an area where there was substantial natural growth or potential natural growth. And in fact, it would be very difficult to issue bonds, at least until there's a track record of substantial growth in an EIFD, because you just can't do that. I recall 30 plus years ago, when I was in the business of setting up redevelopment areas, we would make an actual effort to include areas with natural increment, natural growth, in order to be able to market bonds in a reasonable period of time without having to have some sort of guarantee, for example, by the county in this case, in order to backfill those bonds. So there is this natural increment, and it's often difficult to predict whether and to what extent development in a particular area would have occurred without the use of tax increment financing. You can look obviously to the up to 2% a year growth because of the consumer price index increase, and you can look at the history of growth, and you can look at what growth is in the pipeline, and you can project forward. But as I'll mention, and it was mentioned, these bonds that can be issued to finance projects in EIFDs can be issued up to 45 years. And so you're projecting out what may happen with tax increment in an area within 45 years. And that's hard to do. And often, in fact, there would be potentially substantial natural growth that would occur, if not in the next 5 years, maybe in the next 20 years or 40 years. And that's money that then is actually no longer available to the county general fund to fund other projects. And I mentioned at the start that a consideration is not just how much this would contribute to assessed value growth in the EIFD area, but how much it would impact assessed value growth countywide. Because the truth is, if, for example, in the days of redevelopment, if you're doing a commercial redevelopment and you're basically taking an area that's maybe blighted and downtrodden and you're revitalizing it, all that may mean is that commercial activity is moving from someplace else. And in fact, there have been actual studies done that have demonstrated that, generally speaking, and people can debate this, but generally speaking, tax increment financing redevelopment activities, which focus on commercial activities, and those types of activities do not generally result in net increases in assessed value in a region, and it sort of makes sense, right? Because there's only so much demand for these sorts of things. If they go one place, then they're going to go from someplace else. Less clear with regard to industrial, although you could see that would be the case, particularly if there's a number of different areas where industrial development could occur, some of which, and so, if it didn't occur in this area, it might occur in another area. And so therefore, it's not really net increasing the amount of the increase in assessed value in the jurisdiction. And as I mentioned, EIFDs can issue bonds for up to 45 years, and that's tying up money for a very long period of time. And from my perspective, and I've a long-time critic of the way redevelopment evolved in California. And that was the case with redevelopment areas as well. One of the problems with redevelopment areas is that they sort of tended to go on forever. 45 years is a long time, and that was basically taking a bunch of money out, potentially, that would have been available to fund the county general fund. Of course, in redevelopment, it was also taking money from the state, via the school districts and others to do that as well. But in EFDs, that would just be from the county. And so, again, to the extent it doesn't pay for itself, it's really just allocating general fund resources to encourage a certain economic activity of a certain kind or in a certain area. Now, even if that's the case, it might be said, well, that may be the case, but the benefits are worth that. In other words, this is the sort of investment we want to do in order to, for example, to create jobs or to revitalize an area. And that's certainly a legitimate, argument to be made. But it shouldn't be confused with the idea that somehow this pays for itself. The truth is, if a county or a city wanted to invest money to revitalize an area or to encourage a certain type of economic activity, you could take money out of the general fund and just appropriate it for that. So it's just important to keep in mind that may be a legitimate goal. But this is not the only way to do it, and that it may in fact be not net new money. Some of it may be, but not be net new money, but is diverting money from other county needs. And one of the things that is difficult, and it was difficult with redevelopment in many cases, particularly if you're difficult in just sort of economic development projects where you're making investments of public funds to achieve an economic development goal, is to quantify the benefits of the county in advance, and to ensure that benefit is received. If, for example, your goal is to create family wage jobs, how do you measure that? And then how do you ensure that happens? What happens if it doesn't happen? How do you get the money back? How does that work? So those are the sorts of things that some of the concerns that really need to be, I think, thought about when there's a consideration being given to using EFID or tax increment financing generally. If we could go to slide 7, just note that's not to say that there may not be ways to mitigate some of those concerns, and that's sort of what is addressed inside slide 7. One way, and these are just some of the ways, one way obviously to mitigate those concerns is not to do EIFDs, but there might be other ways. One way would be, for example, to limit the use of EIFDs to large industrial projects of a region-wide significance that are unique enough that they are not likely to divert investment from other areas of the county. As I mentioned, as long as businesses or developers have the option of going someplace else, instead of this, if you give public funds here and you're just moving people around, you're not net increasing the assessed value. So one way to try and mitigate that would be to look at the type of project that was unique enough, large enough, significant enough that it would draw investment from outside the region, and that maybe this is the only place that it could be done, so that there's no real likelihood that it would draw resources from supplant development that could occur elsewhere. Another thing to do, obviously, in considering whether to establish an EIFD would be to carefully evaluate the history of development and assess value growth in the area and development projects that are in the pipeline. Again, you want to sort of really assess, to the extent you can, and this is very difficult, whether development would have occurred even without the EIFD. If you have a strong, if there's a strong history, particularly recent history of development activity, and there's a lot of development projects in the pipeline, then you might just think, well, maybe let's not do EIFD. Let's just see if this development will continue, and then you get the same results, except the general fund doesn't have to give up any property tax revenue. On the other hand, if you have a history of maybe declining values, declining assessed values, and no development activity that's happened in the last 10 years, and nothing on the horizon, then it might be worth doing. But again, if there really is no assessed value growth or negative assessed value growth, you're not going to be able to generate much increment to do the sorts of issue the bonds to do the sorts of investment that would generate that would arguably generate that increment. Another mitigation, and this is an important thing I think to keep in mind, is you can limit the time period of any bonds that are issued to say 10 years or maybe 15 years, and limit increment portions to no more than the minimum amount needed to fund the requisite investment. So, be very careful, and you can be very careful in deciding what type of investments you need, and really sort of limit the amount of increment. You don't have to provide all of the increment, but particularly that time period, because again, to lock up a commitment of revenues for 45 years or even 30 years is a very long time to commit that money. A shorter period of time would help potentially mitigate some of the negative consequences. And then another point is in analyzing the potential benefits of an EIFD. Let's say you think it may be worth doing because even if you might risk diverting some general fund property tax revenue, the benefit is significant. It's really important to consider the quality as well as the quantity of what you're getting. So, for example, you might want to look, if your goal is job creation, you might want to look not just at how many jobs are being created, but the types of jobs that are being created. Are they family wage jobs? What level of commitment is there, or would you have to developing those, to bringing in those jobs? And maybe even consider what the offsetting costs would be, depending on the type of the development or the activity that's being funded by AFD in terms of county services that are being provided. And you want to sort of do an analysis. And again, there's no way to do this precisely or exactly, but you want to sort of do an analysis of how much revenue you're more likely to get, you think, without the EIFD versus with the EIFD. And then finally, you can consider, the county can consider some sort of mechanisms to ensure that the public benefit, if you decide you want to do it, and maybe you even decide to want to do it despite the fact there may be some net loss of general fund revenue, but what mechanisms could be put in place to ensure that the public benefit is achieved? So, for example, requiring that there be certain job creation levels, and if they're not, maybe a clawback provision where a developer would return money to the county. And there's other ways that you can look at that. But those are just some of the ways that you could try and mitigate some of the concerns associated with the EIFDs. None of them are foolproof, and in the end, there's always going to be some risk because it's not possible to predict with certainty whether to what extent development would have occurred anyway, and basically the benefits that are being ascribed to the EIFD would actually have occurred even without the EIFD. So with that, I think that concludes Mr. Davidson's and my presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I have a question.
All right, thank you, Britt. I know we have I think we have a couple of callers in the queue for this item, but before we get to the members of the public, any members of the board have questions for either Bob or Britt?
I do, Mr. Stern. Don?
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Polly.
Yeah, a question for Britt. Britt, certainly appreciate your thorough, I think, accounting for, kind of the pros and cons. But I'm curious, and I know we've got some focus on a particular geographical area of the county, and we're going to hear from those folks in a moment. But I wanted to ask you, for example, out at Mather, where we have all that western side of the Mather complex, it's in the unincorporated area. Very little has happened in 27 years. So hard to project, again, what could have happened or might have happened, but we did have redevelopment as a tool. And I just use it as an example. Could the county form the Enhanced Infrastructure Finance District to jumpstart activity on, again, where it's controlled either by airports, you may have some private development investment potential, but to help fund those things that are important to, again, we're a quarter century in and we got, not very much to show for it. Could we use this as a tool? Could the county form it for that purpose versus, private development that may be party to this, looking at, for example, Metro Air Park?
So I'm not quite sure which you're referring to, not to Metro Air Park, but to other.
No, yeah, I was using Mather, a former Air Force base.
Yes. Generally speaking, really the only limitation on where you can do these EIFDs, there's no real limitation on where you can do them because there's no requirement for a blight finding. The limitations are what you can spend the money on, and it's basically for capital projects. So it could be infrastructure. It could, Mr. Davison went through the list of the things it could be spent on. But yes, there's no legal reason, I don't think, why you couldn't spend it, develop it, put it in place in any particular area. Again,
Brett, it's Nav. Don, I think this is used for infrastructure. I think Bob went through the list. Yes. If there's a deficiency, we think, in it, this could be something that we could look at it, but it will be if there is water, sewer, roads, that kind of stuff to incentivize development. So Britt's right that we can use it there, but that's the kind of stuff, that infrastructure, that we will need to look at.
Well, when I think about the millions of dollars we've spent out there, and certainly airports has invested, and we've done EDA grants and so forth, but there's a lot of undone activity there, and maybe McClellan likewise. But I think about areas where, you can project it someday development might come without having to make that investment. But Mather, to me, is a good example where we had the redevelopment tool, we lost that, and I think we lost some of the momentum, very frankly. And there was other market forces that are at work, recession and so forth. But I think there are infrastructure needs out there. Clearly, Troy and others have worked on it over the years, Rob Leonard before he retired. And I guess I would encourage us to look at this as a tool because, again, we haven't achieved much in the last 25 years in some of those areas as it relates to development and building, encouraging jobs. We've done well in other areas of the base. I want to give credit where credit's due. But
the one thing I would say, Supervisor, again, is just to repeat that it's sort of a catch-22 to some extent. If there is already a natural increment occurring out there, then that's really just taking money from the general fund and putting it into that project, which you could do any budget you wanted to do without setting up one of these areas. On the other hand, if there's not, then it would be difficult, at least initially, until you have a track record of growth. And again, if there hasn't been any development, there wouldn't be much track record of growth. It would be difficult to issue bonds, again, without a guarantee of the county or something else in order to do that. So it's sort of a catch-22 and how that.
Right. And I think, Brett, on that one, and Supervisor Tully, absolutely, we can keep that in mind as we're looking at this instrument. So we were just trying to give you some reference on what it can be used for overall, and there's some applicability in some areas that there is some growth happening. There's, if you will, the market has heated up. Some places it hasn't. So we can look at what kind of infrastructure is needed. But as Brett said, if we end up issuing the debt, we're going to need to have an ability to pay it back and have some development attraction in there too.
Well, and I appreciate it. Again, I'm not going to belabor the point right now, but I guess when I think about Mather, that in recent years we haven't been able to hang on to the money generated from land sales. It's gone into the general fund, and so when I hear and I appreciate Now's point, Britt's point, you can take the general fund and do it in a given year, but experience tells me that general fund gets too many calls way ahead of something like that, and it just doesn't happen. And so, but if you take this tool and apply it, then you're committed to paying the debt back, as you said, Nav. But you also then get the benefit of getting the infrastructure in and hopefully spurring development in locations where you'd use this, and it needs to be calculated and analyzed. But I guess I would just suggest that that'd be a good location to take a look at this tool to try to get some, closure to some of the issues that, linger out there. But I know we're on Metro Air Park, which is another part of the county here with this proposal.
No, but we will absolutely take your comments and look at it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other questions of the staff?
I have questions
All right.
too, Frost, but I'll wait till after the comments.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, we still have a couple people in the queue?
Yes, we do.
Okay, we'll go and hear from members of the public at this
Okay.
point.
Please transfer the call. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes. Caller, are you on the line?
Hello?
Hi, go ahead and start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Joseph Dieguez here, Senior Vice President with Cosmont Companies. We're a real estate economic development, public finance advisory firm.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk, we cannot hear the speaker.
Past and various
You can't.
economic development
Okay.
capacities. We've worked more recently on the evaluation of one of these districts, EIFDs, for the Metro Air Park projects. Just for some context, statewide, we thought we'd contribute some of that perspective. We're evaluating over 35 of these districts. Statewide, 8 of them have been formed so far, including one in the city of Sacramento, one in the city of West Sacramento. 2 others have been formed in unincorporated county jurisdiction, actually, so far in the county of Madera. We're actually assisting them evaluate at least one additional EIFD. We're actually also assisting the county of Los Angeles form 2 of these EIFDs in unincorporated jurisdiction. For one of them in LA County in the unincorporated community of West Carson, they actually had, we had our second of 4 required public meetings earlier today at 1 p.m. virtually. Happy to say it went very well. There are additionally actually 3 EIFDs statewide so far in incorporated jurisdictions that have had both the lead city and the local county both committing future property tax increments to the EIFD. So fortunate to say there have now been some successful city-county partnerships using these districts, and the pace is quickening. We just want to say there are so many of these districts, very different size, geography, types of infrastructure being funded, portion of increment being contributed, the duration of that commitment, to some of Mr. Ferguson's points, so on and so forth. These are very customizable, and they should absolutely be customized. There are, however, some similarities that are consistent with the benefits that were highlighted in this staff report and presentation, which are that in all of those cases, it was a positive ROI, positive return on investment for each county and for each city to commit that future property tax increment. And the EIFD investment itself and the commitment of those future increment dollars in a special purpose entity, separate from the general fund, that commitment does serve as a catalyst for development that would not otherwise occur. So in other words, these are being formed in cases where the general fund actually looks better off fiscally with the EIFD in place versus without it, and in the cases where the EIFD investment and the infrastructure it pays for unlocks a new level of private development that would not have occurred in the same way or the same pace that it would otherwise without the EIFD, as it appears evident for the Metro Air Park, perhaps other projects in the county. Now, there are absolutely some important considerations that were also outlined in the staff report, such as the whole timing requirement. It's essential. These have to be formed, and there needs to be enough increment built up to issue bonds. Absolutely right. And so these districts should indeed be matched up with funding opportunities where this timing actually works out with the need for that funding, such as it appears with the Metro Air Park, perhaps other opportunities with the county. So it's a very good point. Wanted to agree with that. That's really the conclusion of my comment. Just want to thank you very much for the chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
My comment.
Hello?
Hi, could you please mute the meeting in the background, and then you could start with your comments, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Tom Ramus with Metro Air Park, and we're happy to see this EFID issue become before the board today. We think it's an important tool, as everyone has been describing, and obviously I'm going to talk specifically about Metro Air Park, but as you're aware, we've been advocating the county pursue this for a long time, and specifically at Metro Air Park. We're sympathetic and we respect the county's concern and desires that an EFID only be used in a targeted manner to ensure public benefit are achieved through their application. But we would then say that Metro Air Park is the bullseye of that targeted use. We are a regional asset. We do attract good jobs, and we will bring a large increment of value to the county, even with an EFID. At your June 2nd board meeting, where you updated approved the current MAP finance plan, the Public Facilities Finance Plan, it briefly discussed using an EFID to close funding gaps and to accelerate placement of public infrastructure and facilities. This is the heart of what will make an EFID work so well at Metro Air Park. Accelerated infrastructure will accelerate development at MAP. Because of our high facility load, we've always struggled with our ability to bring facilities forward in line with their needs. The I-5 interchange is a perfect example of that. It probably should have been built 5 years earlier, when it was needed, but it's coming now, but we'll have other challenges in the future. Right now out there at Metro Park, we're seeing a little flurry of development basically in the e-commerce facilities, with several buildings under construction and a few more being planned. But industry experts will tell you that this can be short-lived, because many of those companies will soon build out their distribution facility needs, and we could see a slowing of those types of activities. That's why it's so important that if the board wants to consider an EFID at MAP, we start the formation process as soon as we can. Capturing the current building activity in the initial tax increment is a key part in obtaining maximum public benefit from the EFID. So if the board gives direction to move forward with the resolution of intent to form a public finance authority, we're willing and able and ready to assist in any way we can. This is not a zero-sum game out here. We are a regional asset. We will attract activities from outside the area, and it's important that we maintain or develop Metro Air Park as quickly and as efficiently as we can. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Thank you.
That concludes your public comments.
Okay, very good. I do have a general comment I want to make, and then if there are others on the board that want to make some concluding remarks, certainly open the floor for that. First, I appreciate a very detailed workshop presentation by Bob and Britt, and I think it was both I think refreshing to hear about a creative infrastructure finance tool that seems very familiar in terms of what we used to experience with tax increment financing when redevelopment when there was redevelopment in California. And I appreciate the concerns that some of the downsides, if you will, or prospective downsides that were shared in all honesty by Britt and Bob. But I think the last speaker, Mr. Ramos, and having worked with that property owners group for a number of years now with the Metro Air Park project, which, as he mentioned, is finally enjoying, after decades of sitting stagnant, is finally enjoying some attention, and we're seeing vertical construction come out of the ground as we speak, and that seems to be continuing. But I agree with him that some of the critical infrastructure, for instance, the interchange, those are game-changing elements of the backbone that's required out there to be competitive in a very competitive regional market for the kind of uses that we hope to populate that part of Sacramento County with, which of course brings in the revenue that goes back into the system, if you will, just as tax increment financing did. And I think there are enough protections in place where we can responsibly move forward with more than just workshops on EIFDs at this point. And I think there's enough history since the legislation was passed, I think some more than 5 years ago, I think, to give local government this additional tool. So I want to just conclude my remarks by making sure that staff is hearing me loud and clear as a supervisor that represents that part of the county, the 1,900 acres that is Metro Air Park, that I do want to see a resolution of intent as soon as we can get it back to the board to use this tool, to put this tool to use, and so that we can capitalize on the momentum that we have finally after 25 years of nothing out there for a lot of different reasons. But it's finally producing the jobs that we want here in Sacramento County, the economic activity, and it's going to eventually continue to feed our general fund. And so for those reasons, I think it should be obvious to most that this is something that we need to take advantage of and take advantage of now. So I'd like to know from the CEO or from Brett when we could likely get something in the form of a resolution of intent back before the board to establish an EIFD for Metro Air Park.
Brett, do you want to take a shot at that one?
Well, I mean, I think I guess we'd have to huddle a bit to come up with exactly when it would come back. But that would, of course, I mean, we were assuming that there would be some general policy direction, guidance from the board as to, under what circumstances we want to do this before we get to the issue of specific projects. So I don't know.
Yeah, but here's my problem with that, Britt, is that even before I was on this board, and certainly while I've been on this board, I've seen projects languish when we wait and wait for policy, and it takes forever to get something established that kind of sets the broader expectation for how the applicability countywide of something like this. And there's just too much at stake here. And I don't understand why, especially since you're, on this side of the phone, you have the policymakers. So whether we feel the need to set that policy ahead of time and take months, if not years, to set the policy framework before it becomes applied, you're hearing at least from 20% of the board right now that I don't want to do that because I want to take advantage of what we have going now. And shame on us if we let the fact that we want to engage a long academic, review of how this gets applied countywide beforehand, when we know that there's a great deal of benefit that can be derived today from its applicability. Again, we have ourselves to blame. So, again, I am very interested in seeing that resolution of intent ASAP.
No, I think, Phil, this is Nav. No, I hear that, and we will huddle and figure out what timeline, if that's what the board's desire, and I hear that's what you would like, on what that resolution will look like, and then what's the process in setting up the Public Finance Agency, too. So those are comments that we will work on.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say, and I can't speak for other board members, but you've gone from 20% to 40%. I tried to do similar in District 2, and I will give county staff credit. They tried every which way to make it work, and it just, because of the rules, it didn't work. This seems like the ideal situation in an area that needs this kind of help, that is a transformative change in an area that is going to reap so much benefit to the county that you have my 100% support.
Thank you. Okay, do other members of the board have comments or questions?
Sue Frost has questions still.
Okay, board member Frost.
Yes. Let's see. My first question, I just wanted to make sure I understand this correctly. Does this form through LAVCO, or it's just formed through the county and a public process with the county?
Hello, I'm Bob Davidson. I think I can answer that question. It does not form through LAFCO. So it would be formed through the county until the Public Finance Authority is created, and then it would be formed through the Public Finance Authority.
So the Public Finance Authority would then be the oversight for whether or not other EIFDs, or what projects would be, are they called EIFDs or?
The Public Finance Authority would be created for each EIFD. So let's say, for example, you did create an EIFD for Metro Air Park. Then that Public Finance Authority would just be the authority for that specific EIFD and would only be there for bond issuance related to that project and reimbursement of projects and such related to that project. If another EIFD was to come forward, that would go back through the county board first and then through another Public Finance Authority if it was decided that would be created.
And three board members would then, so you could potentially have board members serving on several EIFDs.
Potentially, yes.
And so I'm a little bit concerned about a separate EIFD that is making decisions regarding debt that impacts county revenues that normally would go to the general fund. And the question I have is, there a mechanism that ties that debt back to the county? For example, does the EIFD then approve, say they approve a bond issuance, does that come back to the Board of Supervisors for approval? Or could you potentially have EIFDs issuing bonds and impacting our budget with no reconciliation back to the budget?
So the process.
Go ahead, Bob.
Go ahead, Britt.
I was just going to say.
I'll just quickly. Britt will probably have a more complex answer, but I'll just quickly say that it's the Public Finance Authority that would issue the bonds, and so that would not be the county. And there's after the resolution of intention, which the county board would approve, and it could put limits on the tax increment. And then when you go through the formation, because the county board has to approve the infrastructure finance plan before the Public Finance Authority basically takes over the infrastructure finance plan and would be responsible for it. The future actions to issue bonds and such, that would be through that authority. And at least legally, unless council maybe can provide something that I'm not aware of, I'm not aware of a check-back process for county board approval for the Public Finance Authority to issue bonds.
I think embedded in that question, Bob and Brett, is if it's the Public Finance Authority issuing the debt, and let's just say the worst case, there's default, who does that default hit?
Well, that was another question.
So I think that if unless there was some sort of guarantee provided by the county, the default would hit the Public Finance Authority. To what extent it might have some collateral impact on the county's credit, that's always something, it's hard to measure, but it would not be a debt of the county, is my understanding.
Yeah, it's not debt of the county. When we bring the resolution, we can then talk about that this will be a standalone entity, and the question comes up is about staff and council. We got to talk about, since it's not going to be a county entity, even the 3 supervisors are on it, the main question for the board is going to be is that we get that hypothetical 20%. So if the county is committing 10% of its increment in that area, that's our contribution. And then if there's who's going to staff it, who's going to be the council, that's all kind of stuff we will work next couple of weeks to figure out to bring that resolution as the board's asking for it.
So the Assembly Bill 116 eliminated voter approval, does this go on to the property owners in wherever the outline of this finance district is, and so when they buy into this initially before the debt happens, so they're part of it, or is this? Am I understanding that correctly? It's kind of like a Melrose. You buy a house that has Melrose, and it does before you buy it.
Well,
is it like that?
This is great. One thing, just before Bob probably will answer the technical question, but one thing to keep in mind here is this is tax increment. So unlike a Melrose district, this is not a separate assessment on property. This just means that taxes that would otherwise go to the county now go to pay debt service on the bond. So from that perspective, the individual taxpayer really doesn't see anything happen to their taxes. But Bob, you may want to.
But if the debt isn't the county's, does it fall on the taxpayer, because the property taxes take first lien position? So I'm wondering if there was a call on that bond, would it be a call on each of the property owners in that district?
I don't believe so. No, I think it would be just like with.
Well, who would it be a call on if the finance district is people? There's no money behind the finance district.
Well, it would be it would be against the finance authority.
So I think the way this will work, and we will come back with a resolution, but the way this will end up working is the Public Finance Authority will issue debt, and I'm just going to, for argument's sake, say they issue $50 million for road improvements, and that's what the asset that's being financed. That's when the creditworthiness, everything comes in, that if there's a default, that's the asset that they can repossess, and it will be the Public Finance Agency and the taxpayers in there that back that up. Right, Britt?
So you're saying it does go back to the property owners, the taxpayers?
Well, I don't think it goes back in the sense that somehow their taxes would increase. I mean, it would be like if a redevelopment agency issued debt and there was a default. It's not that the taxpayers within the redevelopment area have to pay more.
No, their taxes do not go out, Supervisor Frost, like a general obligation bond. There just will be a default on it, and the bondholders would have the opportunity then to take the asset and see what they can get from it. But before any bond gets issued, anything goes down that road, there's going to be a lot of feasibility studies done, due diligence to make sure that the bonds are worthy, and that's the credit risk that any bondholder would have, knowing that it's not the county that's backing it, it's the Public Finance Agency with the assets being road and the development that's happening and what the potential there is.
So it's basically the county is committing some of our tax dollars up front, and the developers are committing money to back the bond, or to back
the developers would not necessarily be committing money to back the bonds. Typically the backing for the bonds would be the tax increment revenue, and that's why you can't. It would be difficult. That's why the point I made is it would be difficult to issue debt for this, just like it was for redevelopment agencies, absent a strong history of natural growth or a history of growth over time.
So would you then, I'm sorry for my ignorance, so I have to ask these questions. Would you then somehow, I'm thinking the life of the infrastructure versus the length of the bond, and, how do you then, are you determining that, is this EIFD going to go through the motions of determining how that plays out ahead of these bonds?
So I think the way you need to look at
when you say 45 years is a long time. I mean, even for capital improvements. I mean, so you could potentially have outstanding bonds with capital improvements that are wearing out, and you're still paying the old one, the initial bond, right?
So this district would not be set up to where it would be paying for infrastructure that's wearing out in the future. It would be paying for a specific list of infrastructure that's thought through during this formation process. It might be able to include some capital replacement, but that's something that we'd have to look at. But the length of the district isn't to tie itself to the length of the infrastructure project, but is to tie through the expected increment over time that would be funding a series of infrastructure projects. So certainly the projects that come forward need to be public projects. And I know in the Melrose law, they need to have an expected life of 5 years or more. I'm not aware of that provision in this law, but it may be there. But certainly the life of the project doesn't have to match the life of the district. It's just how long the district is expected to be around garnering tax increments, so it could be funding more and more projects, which would be tied to a clear capital improvement program that's included in the infrastructure finance plan for the district. So some of those items in the expectation of how long the district would be, how much the facilities cost, and therefore, how long the district would have to be alive for to fund those facilities would be part of what's analyzed in the preparation of the infrastructure finance plan.
Okay. Is it possible to look at, one or two of the other EIFDs so that we can understand how they work, just to get a briefing on those so that we can understand it better?
Yes, I mean, that should not be a problem. If the will of the board is to have the resolution, when we bring that, we can bring that information too.
And I just have one more question. This is my last question. I've heard comments regarding a suggestion regarding regional transportation fee that would help with some of these projects. This is not that. This is debt. That's kind of a pay-as-you-go that goes to each developer as they're starting. Am I correct?
Bob, I think that's right. There's no regional transit fee in this, right?
No, clearly not. This is, like Supervisor Frost just said, this is debt, so this is not a fee. The board on June 2nd did approve a Metro Air Park impact fee that does fund various projects, including some transit projects, but that fee that was recently approved is also not a specific transit fee.
Transportation fee.
It's not a specific transportation fee. It's the fee that was approved on June 2nd is a fee that funds the infrastructure required for Metro Air Park develop, which does include some roadway facilities and some transit facilities.
Because right, Bob, has both, has fees for transit and fees for transportation that includes roads. So there's two different things, right, Bob?
Correct. Even more things than just that, but it's quite an array of facilities that are funded by that impact fee.
So I guess the only thing that the couple things were, would be great if you could point me to an EIFD so I can go Google it and learn more about it. And number two, if there's a default or if there's financial problems, who does that default to? Who pays it? If the county doesn't, who does? And then, I think, how does it reconcile back to the county general fund? I mean, and to our management of our budget, since in theory, I mean, do you know up front based on the bond that you issued exactly what money is you're not going to get, and that's they can't make a decision without you, or what?
So basically, on a very basic principle, let's just say that the increment, and I'm using hypothetical numbers, that with all the economic activity, there is an increment of $10 million that the county could have gotten from it. So under the EIFD, the board, what we will bring to you will be that you can defer up to 50% back to the Public Finance Authority to pay the debt. And and Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, that's a discretionary decision made by the board, how much you want to put back into Public Finance Authority to pay for the debt. So that's the known nut that we know going into the general fund, what we won't have. Am I right on that, okay, Bob and Brent?
I believe you're correct on that.
Yeah. So that's our exposure. And then the second question you're asking, I don't believe, but don't hold me to it, but I don't believe that the debt, not paying the debt, comes back to the county general fund, but we will research that, talk to bond counsel to make sure we're giving you the accurate information on that. But I don't believe it comes back to us.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes,
Mr. Chair?
I'm done. I'm done, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Appreciate everyone's
time.
Supervisor Kennedy? I just wanted to respond to Supervisor Frost. One of her comments or questions was where to point toward. I would suggest that she contact the city of West Sacramento, who was one of the earliest adopters of this, and it has proven very, very successful for them.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Tully.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions and a comment. So if I understand correctly, because a lot of back and forth there with responses and questions, but the improvements certainly are, I guess, the asset that's being bonded against, at least in part, but no creditor is going to come out and take the public road or take the water line out of the and they can't sell it if it's in the public domain. So I think back to the point, if I understood correctly, this is my question, is that basically the security, beyond that you're going to build a capital improvement, is the anticipated portion of the tax increment or the tax flow. And so the property taxes are what is the security, right?
This is Britt. That is exactly correct. It's the projected property taxes. There's no guarantees.
Right.
Typically, thinking back to redevelopment agencies, when you would issue debt, which is the same thing, the security for the bonds was the projected tax increment. There were consultants you would hire who had credibility with the rating agencies and stuff, who would do their projection, and they tended to be very conservative, which is why if there was not a strong history of growth, which would then mean that would be money that would have gone to the general fund. If there's not a strong history of growth, they would typically, the projections would not allow you to issue debt absent some sort of guarantee or waiting for a number of years as increment builds up to sort of potentially issue debt. So
and Brett, I think just one more point on that, it's not only looking in the past, they always look to the future to see what was coming on so that there was enough to satisfy the debt going forward. So it was a look back and a look forward.
Yeah, and I think that's why, you know, a tax increment bond or a EIFD bond is obviously, absent some sort of guarantee, is probably not going to have the same, you know, particularly for a new district where it doesn't have a history of, you know, a lot of increment, is not going to have, you know, the same creditworthiness as, you know, like a county-supported debt. I mean, it's just sort of the nature of it.
But still, you basically it's capacity, so it might be more limiting in that respect, I guess, if you were seeking a certain amount. Well, thanks for the answer. I guess my comment would be, I think it's certainly a tool that, if you know, utilized prudently, can help, you know, I think achieve some of the job creation and hopefully, you know, I think property tax growth that you want to see that would accrue, recognizing that you're going to take a portion of that off the top in order to get that front end investment. And, you know, I think certainly the time considerations, I'm not so sure 45 years for the amount of debt to be looked at would be the right number, maybe something, you know, half of that or whatever. But you know, things do take time to build out, and you can either look at Metro or Mesa, either one, different properties in different situations. But you know, you can look back a quarter century ago and see all the work that's gone into it, and you know, kind of where they are at points in time. I just use them as a kind of juxtaposition the two areas. But there's other areas in the county. But I do agree, I think, in general, with the purpose and the intent of you know, how you'd use these. I think, you know, keeping them to larger scale projects with you know, certain criteria for determining the benefit that can stand the test of time. And I would agree with getting this back to the board, you know, in a quick turnaround to initiate. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is a workshop. If there are no further questions or comments from board members, I believe we'll just move on to the next item.
Mr. Chair, would you like to take the one person that's waiting in the off-agenda public comment?
Sure.
Okay. If you could please transfer the caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments, and you have 3 minutes.
I need more than 3 minutes because I need more than 3 minutes.
Hi, ma'am, could you please turn the meeting off in the background, please?
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please turn the meeting off in the background, please? I'm trying to here. Let me go. Hang on, please. Okay, I'm moving to a different room, but it won't change my negative feeling about these public meetings. This is Karen Klinger, and I found it almost impossible to listen to the meeting and listening to the person who supposedly is manipulating when people can speak, because we're always on mute. And this is a special meeting, and it was not set up appropriately for a member or someone like myself in the public to even, it is very frustrating because you have to listen to the mute person speaking all the time. I couldn't go ahead and enter the meeting appropriately. I had to show this was a something off the agenda when absolutely it is. I'm followed statewide redevelopment agencies for 14 to 15 years. Found their abuse of power to be the worst I've ever seen. And property they would take, of course, didn't have to be blighted, and that's the same way it is now. And the 45 years, there's never an end to any form of redevelopment. As long as there's debt, it continues and they get an extension. And are you listening? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
There has to be a reporting with the state controller's office. Even during that process, the indebtedness was reported to be almost $87 billion more than was reported. There has to be someone other than the county or this finance authority that's going to be in control. And also, if I could, Bob, because it's almost impossible to listen to two things going on at the same time. Please, I need to receive the slides. I also need to receive a recording of this. I know I can listen to it on Friday again too, and there hopefully won't be any interruption. But this is huge because in Arden Arcade, we're already struggling with study areas that Mr. Lundgren mentioned. The design pellet doesn't have to stop at the boundaries, so already we know that map with the boundaries exceed and could include all of Arden Arcade. We're seeing the city of Sacramento include Arden Arcade in community action planning process. I don't even know what our governance structure is anymore. The governor of California has become a dictator. Now it seems like the county is doing the same thing. There is no process. There is no honest process for the people under this right now. And if you're going to push this through ASAP, Mr. Cerna, I've got to tell you, it'll be the worst corrupt, as it always was with redevelopment. It just continues. There is no process for the public to be part of the process. You put properties in boundaries for redevelopment, and I didn't hear anybody talk about eminent domain, and that's a big one that you need to talk about, because anybody in statewide RDAs, you were just assumed that your property could be taken by eminent domain. However, private property parcel owners never even knew they were in study areas or in redevelopment project areas. And that has to be a title. This has to be included in each of the title companies in public records with any boundaries where private property parcel owners are placed in any kind of a study area, any kind of a project area. He just don't even have a clue what a redevelopment agency was, but I knew darn good and well. And the funds, the public, we know that it's going to be a form of a parcel tax against us. And thank you, Supervisor Frost, for asking so many questions. None of you have asked enough questions, and you want to push this through quickly. It sounds like a health care plan, because this is not good for the people. It's more taxation. People are already struggling just to survive, and some of them are not even able to do that. But in the past, prior to President Trump, you could count on a downfall every 8 to 10 years. What are you prepared when that happens? And if somebody else gets in office, I've got to tell you, forget this plan, because we will be in a different form of governance structure, which it feels like we're moving into right now. 45 years, absolutely no. Life of the project, they never stop, because they always need to be improved. I could talk to you for days, and I'm wondering if a RICO law isn't being violated with this type of...
Ms. Klinger, could you please wrap up your comments?
Structure districts. Also, there's Assembly Bill 313, I believe it was, Atkins. So you can pull whatever kind of legislation you want. All you have to do is go to the governor. He'll create a new one for you. So that's just the beginning of my questions. I appreciate it, but please change the process so it's easy for the people to become part of the process. There's no way we could talk to a real person. I contacted, when I realized I was going to have problems, I contacted my supervisor's office. Nobody got back to me on an email, and I didn't receive a call, and I was having problems. There was no way I could get in to have an opportunity other than wait. Now, I realize I'm not a special interest. I'm not a stakeholder. So
Ms. Klinger, could you please wrap up your comments?
Want money and are familiar, that you're familiar with, they got the attention. And I think that's wonderful because they're the ones that will also get the money. And believe me, there's never a benefit. There is no improvement. Whatever's going to happen would happen anyhow, but it's time developers
Ms. Klinger, thank you for your
and
comments.
on the public.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, that concludes your comments.
Okay, thank you. All right. Again, this was an informational workshop item, and I think staff has heard clearly the interest expressed in getting something back in very short order, especially as it relates to Metro Air Park.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cerner, there might have been a delay, and I didn't realize there was another person in queue that's calling in for off agenda, and then this should be your last comment. Hi, caller.
Okay.
Please start with your comments. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, fine day today. My name is Patrick Bankert. I live in the 4th District. I should say how happy I am to be able to speak with y'all. I should say how proud I am to have Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Natoli and Susan Peters and all the rest of them as supervisors on our County Board of Supervisors. I'm also very proud of the courage that y'all have in your heart, and I think that we all need here sometimes, and I want y'all to know that I think you're doing a fine job and an excellent job and a good job, and y'all probably don't hear it enough, but I want you to know how proud I am to have y'all as our representatives. I just wanted to say that I think we should be very proud of our police department. I know I am. I am. I speak for myself. And I also wanted to say that I know we all have it tough right now in this county, in this town, and it's hard on all of us. I was singing a song. I was walking down in a neighborhood in Fair Oaks, and there's a family outside, a dad and his wife and 3 little girls. And one of the little girls asked me if I'd sing a song for them. So I sang the song. And they were real happy. And I told the father, I said, I think you're doing a fine job and I admire you. And he got my compassion because I know it's hard on all of us with all this stuff going on. And I know it's difficult to talk about, but you know, I'm really concerned about this medication and these vaccines. And I'm not trying to put down anybody. I'm not trying to blame anybody. I think we all deserve compassion for what we're going through. I'm not trying to blame anybody. I know the doctors don't even know. The doctors aren't even aware of what this stuff can do with this nanotechnology, these molecular devices. Some of them is little molecular radios and other things, spinal stimulators and neuromodulators can affect things, can affect you. But I want y'all to feel comfort and security knowing you can hear my voice right now, just knowing how much I appreciate y'all and how much I admire y'all. And you can feel comfort and security deep inside you knowing that, you know, even though these molecular devices can make you feel different ways, you know, deep down inside we know who we are, and our goodness will protect us if we just stick to our goodness and our values, you know, remind us of who we truly are. I just wanted to say that for me personally, it's been really difficult because these people who are ever doing it have basically tormented me and hurt me. I don't want to talk about it, but made a hardship on me. Made a hardship on me for 6 months straight, 11 months straight, 24/7. Now the past 4 months, 24/7, and threatening me every day, all the time, every other moment, and they're calling me terrible names, saying terrible things that I can't repeat because it's so bad. And I just want y'all to know that people have broken into my apartment. They put pink substances on the ground, things that float in the air. They've used my computer to go on the IRS website. People have thrown wheels at me from a moving vehicle. People put chemicals with this nanotechnology all over my vehicle 3 times at least. I don't know why anybody's giving me a hard time. Just a simple man. Nobody's special. But, I just want y'all to know how special y'all are. I'm hoping maybe I'm just hoping we can work. I'm just trying my best. I'm trying my best. All I'm doing is trying to stand up for children because I'm afraid these medications could get to them. And maybe I'm just a fool, but, I know that children are the beauty and the magic and the love of our lives, and I know we can all agree on that. So I hope y'all have a comfortable, relaxing evening, and thank you so much for allowing me to share. I hope y'all know you're perfect just the way God made y'all. Wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes your comments.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right. Next item, final item, please.
Okay, your final item is item 2. This is to approve updates to the Sacramento COVID-19 Homelessness Response Plan, accept and administer $14,756,634 in Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act funding for activities related to homeless prevention, shelter and rehousing, and prevention of the spread of COVID-19. Continue authority for director to execute contracts, absent of the traditional contracting process. Fund 2 full-time employee positions to support rehousing activities, and authorize funding for Project Exodus, and approve an appropriation adjustment request in the amount of $11,405,993.
Okay.
So good afternoon, Chair Cerna and members of the board. Ann Edwards from the Department of Human Assistance. And I do have a PowerPoint. Although I am giving this presentation, it is important to remember that this is truly a collaborative effort between my staff, Cindy Kavanaugh, Health Services, the City of Sacramento, Sacramento Steps Forward, and SHRA. Everyone continues to work hard on this effort, and I want to thank them all. You first approved the COVID homeless response plan on April 7th of this year, and this presentation is the second update to that plan. Next slide, please. The first update to the plan was on July 14th of this year and included the following: the extension of the isolation quarantine units, or the motels, a reduction in the number of anticipated units, the addition of rehousing strategies to include expansion of the county's flexible housing pool program, and development of a new permanent supported housing program. Next slide, please. So there's been significant impact to the community on these items. I have some updated numbers from what is on the slide. Update as of October 16th, we have served 1,052 unduplicated households for a total of 1,270 individuals in the motels Sanitation services were provided at 40 different locations, 58 hand washing stations, 52 toilets, and 47,200 meals were distributed to unsheltered persons in the community. Additionally, next slide, please. Additionally, there was COVID-19 testing provided to shelters, encampments, and isolation quarantine centers. 1,315 tests were administered, with only 9 returning positive for COVID-19. So it is clear that the results of the efforts are doing exactly what was intended, and that was to slow the spread of COVID in the homeless population. Next slide, please. In this second update to the plan, we are requesting to extend 3 motels through December 31st, reducing the total numbers of rooms from 600 to 400. We also want to extend 1, hopefully 2 motels through March of next year. This prevents us from discharging folks in the middle of winter and allows us more time to find permanent housing for those that we are sheltering. There will likely be enough funding to extend 1 motel to the end of March, and we're hoping that we can extend a second motel for maybe a shorter period of time. I know that there have been questions about which motels will be extended, and no final decisions have been made. I have personally reached out to the Rancho Cordova city manager to let them know that the one in their city is a site that is under consideration, and they have expressed no reservations. Also, both the River District P-bid and a downtown partnership have been notified as well. We had initially planned to close the motel in the River District because of concerns that they have about the overconcentration there. We are now wondering if that could have a negative impact on the River District due to the large number of people sheltered there. It would be difficult to rehouse everyone in that motel by December 31st. So we intend to have further conversation both internally and with Ms. Abbott from the River District before final decisions are made. Next slide, please. So how are we going to fund all of this? Well, HUD approved additional CARES ESG 2 funding to address COVID, and we will be utilizing this $9.7 million to fund the following: homeless prevention services for transition-age youth and seniors age 55 and older, and this can include rental assistance and other services to prevent homelessness. SHRA will also utilize $1.5 million of these funds, which is not included in this report, but they will use it for homeless prevention services to serve families in the Bringing Families Home program operated by the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services. We will also be expanding shelter capacity for single adults and providing additional rehousing activities. And finally, DHA staffing, which includes continued funding for 2 DHA social workers, which are critical positions for the Flexible Housing Pool program. County CRF funding was used to fund these positions through December 31st. This funding will fund them through the duration of the flexible housing pool expansion. Once the funding ends, if additional funding is not secured, we can absorb the staff costs in other DHA allocations and reassign them to another program. Next slide, please. HUD also allocated an additional $4.1 million in County Cares CDBG-3 funds through SHRA. And these funds will be used for the following. You heard this morning that SHRA will administer $1.154 million in a rental assistance program for the county. DHA will administer an additional $2.7 million for the following. Project Exodus, which is a transitional housing program for persons exiting jail into homelessness. And as you recall, we discussed this program at the September final budget hearings. And this funding will also be used to fund the 1, hopefully 2 motels through the end of March, or certainly as long as the funding lasts. This concludes my presentation, and I want to especially thank all of my staff and the partners who worked with us on this plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Question?
Okay. Yes, thank you, Ann. Did I hear Supervisor Napoli?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask, I know that I had spoken with Mr. Wagstaff last week. I had input from one of the property owners adjacent to the motel in Rancho Cordova, and I appreciate you reaching out to the city officials, but have we done that follow-up, and have we addressed the concerns and issues that were brought forward by the party who's trying to keep his business afloat next door?
Yes, we have reached out to that party. Okay. We've left messages, and there has been no response yet to our messages. And it's also important to note that that party has not reached out at all to the motel staff there, who are very, very quick to respond to issues surrounding the motel, and they have not heard from him. But we have reached out to the gentleman, and we are awaiting a call back.
Okay, because I left word with him after I spoke to Bruce and told him that you could expect follow-up last week from DHA staff, and that you were following up on concerns he expressed about some of the activities and some of the encounters he's had with folks, not necessarily real recent, but certainly since they've been housed there. So, all right, well, we'll keep trying. If you need to confirm it, I assume you have the right number. So,
yes, we do. Okay. Yes, and we will continue to reach out, and we'll be happy to address any concerns that he has.
Okay, so if I can be clear, so this is we have 3 sites, you said, and so potentially 2 of the 3 will be extended through March of next year, to first quarter 21. It hasn't been determined whether that would be one of the locations at this point in time?
Well, initially we thought that it certainly would, but we are now, as I said earlier, having some concerns about closing the one in the River District might actually make it worse for the River District, because because there's so many people there, we wouldn't have time to rehouse everyone by the end of December. Okay. So we want to have further conversations about that, but we've been in communication with both PBIDS and the city of Rancho Cordova for the 3 remaining motels.
And what's the third one?
The one in the downtown partnership area.
Oh, okay, that's the third one. Okay.
Downtown. Yeah, there's downtown, the River District, and Rancho Cordova are the ones remaining. As you recall, we closed the
Sure Stay. The Sure Stay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Ed. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions?
Frost. Yeah, this is Sue Frost. Chair Cerna, I have a question. Yes, Ann, first I want to thank you and Cindy Kavanaugh and Sacramento City and all of you for the extraordinary work that you've done through COVID, and thank you for what you've done. I am wondering if, I'm thrilled that we're not going to be turning these people out in the cold of the winter. And I'm wondering if you foresee that there might be a possibility of housing these, permanently housing these individuals as we work our way through this, so that we're not having to send them back to the streets.
That is certainly our goal. I do not think we have not budgeted for being able to permanently house every single person that exits the motel, but our goal is to find permanent housing or transitional housing or another sheltering option for everybody. We were very successful. I have to give a major shout out to my staff, Julie Field, and the whole team. When we closed down the Sure Stay Motel, not a single person that didn't want to go someplace else went back to the street. Every single person either found housing or another shelter or someplace else where they were sheltered and not back to the street. And certainly that is our goal. I cannot promise you that will happen because we've got hundreds of people sheltered. But as soon as we pick which motel will be closing, then they will be targeted for rehousing efforts so that we don't have to exit them to the street.
What percentage wants to go back to the street?
Oh, what we're finding is once we've had them in the motels, as long as we have, hardly any of them want to go back to the street. So the people that want to leave, they typically want to leave because they don't want to follow the rules, and that happens fairly early in their stay. But even those numbers, I don't have the percentages at my fingertips, but even those numbers are small. But we've had people who have been sheltered for as long as they have, and almost all of them want to stay sheltered.
Wow, that's great. Thanks, Ann.
Yes. Thank you.
Other questions for Ann?
Real quick, Mr. Chair, on Project Exodus, again, kudos on getting that up. How soon can they be up and running with that project?
Well, because we were waiting until we got this approval, we'll reach out to them and begin working on contract. So, it'll be at least, well, I hesitate to say, probably 4 to 6 weeks. And that also depends on the provider, how quickly they can get staff hired.
Okay, because it sounded like they were pretty ready to go earlier in the summer. Obviously, they don't have staff hired, they don't have a funding stream, but just in light of some of those other circumstances, and if they're going to close a hotel, motel, and recognizing it'll be for folks coming out of the jail, I just think, if we can act expeditiously, knowing that your staff obviously has taken great interest and lead on this. I just think it's important. So, but I'm glad to see that that's included in today's recommendation. Thanks, Ann.
Yes, I agree. And we have contract language that's similar to all the other programs. It should be, we should be able to make it happen fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you.
And this is Supervisor Cerna.
Hello.
Hi. I too want to extend my thanks and congratulations to you and your staff for taking on such a huge challenge. And I know that there have been fits and starts, and some elements of what we're trying to do. We're especially working with being the go-between, essentially between the state and our various neighborhoods and PVIDs. I think you've been very honest and straightforward when we needed that, and where we needed a candid explanation of what we can expect in certain parts of the city and the county. And I know that you've done your best, and your staff would continue to do your best to find creative ways to both extend compassionate care for folks that are unsheltered, at the same time with respect for the impacts to surrounding communities. I think you're doing as best as we can expect. Doesn't mean that we can't continue to be creative going forward. So I know we'll continue doing that. But I did have a question about whether or not we're collecting any data. One of the things that occurs to me from the situation with Project Home Key is, we have people that we're serving that at times it's very difficult outside of the biannual count that we do. It's difficult to kind of understand what is plaguing these people in terms of coping with mental illness or drug addiction or other aspects of their lives that contribute to the circumstance of homelessness. Are we doing anything in terms of data collection, especially around drug use, relative to any of these various programs?
Yes. So everyone that's a part of Project Room Key is entered into the HMIS system. I cannot speak specifically to the drug question, but I will get back to all of you on that. I do suspect we are collecting that information, but I can't say with 100% confidence. But I know that everyone is being entered into HMIS, which is a pretty comprehensive system, and we will be able to report out on that.
Yeah, it just occurs to me that it would be kind of a wasted opportunity to not do our best to acquire and have for our use later a better understanding of the population.
Agreed.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions, comments for Ann? Okay. We do, let's see, do we need to take formal action on this, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Frost moves
Okay.
approval.
Peter, second.
Okay. All right. There's a motion for approval by Supervisor Frost and a second by Supervisor Peters. Madam Clerk, will you please do a roll call vote?
Supervisors Frost,
Aye.
Kennedy,
Aye.
Natoli,
Aye.
Peters,
Aye.
Cerna.
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next item is county executive comments,
No comments today, Mr. Chair.
and then Board of Supervisor comments.
All right. I'll just go down the line. Supervisor Tully, any comments?
No, just would note that, and we talked about it earlier today, but I'm interested to know more about when the behavioral health listening sessions will either be recalendared or whatever, because I know we received quite a bit of feedback even throughout the course of today about that. So I'm curious, and I know Bruce committed to getting that information for the board, but that's all I have for today. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Supervisor Frost, any comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Peters? Okay. Didn't hear anything. Supervisor Kennedy?
Yeah, I'll speak way over here. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there Supervisor
Yeah,
Peters?
I'm sorry. I thought he said Kennedy, not Peters. I didn't hear it correctly. But no, I don't have any comments.
Okay. Supervisor
Then
Kennedy?
I will speak from the far right of the dais then. And a couple things. One is in agreement with Supervisor Natoli. I will be interested in seeing the meetings being rescheduled around the 911 alternative, and I hope that is continuing to go forward. I know that we had a 45-day deadline to come back to the board, but it's important that we have that public comment. And secondly, we do have the climate action plan coming fairly shortly. I would also like for the board to have an opportunity to deliberate a climate emergency declaration. And I don't think it would be that difficult or that hard to put together, because counties throughout California and cities, including the city of Sacramento, have passed such, and so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So I would like, when we deliberate the climate action plan, I would also like the board to have an opportunity to deliberate a climate emergency declaration. Thank you.
Supervisor Kennedy, Navgill, got it.
Thank you.
This is Sue Frost. I'm not sure I understand what the 9/11 is referring to. I'm sorry.
We have a board item that's coming to you on November 3rd, which was looking at what kind of calls are going into the sheriff, mental health. Supervisor Kennedy brought that up during our budget deliberation. Is there an opportunity for some of those to be dealt through behavioral health? So we're working through those, and that's what the question came up.
Sorry, thank you. Appreciate it.
So I was going to mention that I too am very interested in pursuing a declaration of climate emergency, similar to a number of other jurisdictions. In terms of linking it to the climate action plan, I'm interested in doing that as long as we don't have to wait more than we need to for the declaration, because the climate action plan is taking longer than we think. I don't, as Supervisor Kennedy just alluded to, there's a lot that can be gleaned from what other jurisdictions have already done, and I don't think it would really take that much effort to come up with a reasonable declaration. And I'd rather get that accomplished sooner rather than later if our only option is just have it linked to the climate action plan. So what I would suggest, Mr. Gill, is that you maybe individually report back to board members with your best estimate based on your conversation with Ms. Moffitt about when we think the climate action plan is coming back, or going to be before the board for approval. And I would say if it's going to be any time after I'll just say the first of the year, then we ought to get a climate declaration, climate emergency declaration in front of this board long before that.
Nope, understood. I think if it goes longer than that, we'll have this in December timeframe, so we can commit to that. I'll talk to Leanne too.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
Supervisor
just on that point, because I understood that we weren't going to see a climate action plan until, late winter, early spring of next year. That was what I had understood. So to your point that if it's tied to that, it could be a matter of months versus allowing us to talk about it sooner. So I'd be inclined to have us take a look at that earlier.
Yeah. Good. Okay.
Chair,
all right.
This is Sue Cross. I have a question about the climate emergency. I'm just wondering if you can please briefly summarize what you perceive the climate emergency is. There's a lot of different opinions around the climate and all that's happening.
I think that is best reserved for our deliberations and a full-blown staff report when the time is right.
Well, I mean, Supervisor...
I believe Ms. Travis would agree.
I was just going to interject that this is just for brief comments, and so I agree with that we should probably hold off on any further discussions just because it's not properly noticed. But, of course, that will be addressed when staff brings this back, and as NAV has committed to doing some work time within this year.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, great. I just want to end by thanking our clerk of the board and all her staff for doing a terrific job today. This is not easy, having a full day's worth of board hearings, including addendums and special meetings. It's not easy when we're in person. It's definitely not easy when we're all trying to do it over the phone, but I think to Ms. Evans' credit and her staff, she's done a terrific job. So thank you, Flo, for all your effort today.
Thank you.
All right. If there's no further business before this board, we will stand adjourned. Thank you.